houses are closing.
Waffle House is always closed now.
I know. Right when they get the reputation.
They built the reputation on it, and then they're like, okay, now we can close.
We're closed.
Everybody talked about it.
We got our PR hype.
Now if we close, everybody will talk about it again. We ate a Waffle House like in the eye wall of Ian. I'm not Ian, Ivan.
Wow.
Like just straight up. Boards,
Were there electricity?
generators, just cooking away.
Well, don't they cook with gas?
I don't know. They had a generator going.
I'm
lights were
90%
on,
sure they just cook with gas.
They had gas tanks.
Yeah.
They were open the whole storm.
Yeah. Because I think that's why they're able to stay open theoretically, like, is because they don't have to rely upon.
Well, they had generators for electricity.
Yeah. Well, for lights, but
Right.
I don't think they need that for cooking.
Yeah, no, it was gas. It was definitely gas.
Yeah.
It's starting to reform over here.
At least the threat of storms are really bad. We have an evil Mickey Mouse over to the bottom right of your screen if you look.
In the form of a cloud.
In the form, yeah, clearly.
They're probably looking down the grass here.
It's like, where? Mickey?
I'm telling you, that rear flank behind us pushing up against that storm is going to watch. It's going to make it do something stupid, but only briefly.
It's 5:15 Central Time.
You know where we're going to go? Longdale. Both these storms are looking good. Neither are looking great velocity though. This thing just couldn't quite get out ahead enough.
I don't mind eating at Waffle House as a last resort. If we hadn't had hot food in a while.
If you stick to simplicity there,
Yeah.
eggs, bacon, hash browns, it's fine.
I mean, even the waffle is fine.
Waffles are okay.
It's not the best.
Just okay.
It's not bad.
I mean, their hash browns are pretty amazing.
They are.
Their bacon's pretty good. It's kind of hard to screw up eggs. Unless you get an omelet.
You're in a good position for that.
Yeah, we're in a great spot. That's why I chose this way. Just give us plenty. Either way, it's like, all right, if the storm goes nuts, we're here. If not, it gives us room to get up ahead to this next storm.
Cut back, yeah.
Yeah.
And away from convergence.
And away from, well, not really.
Kind of. I mean, a lot of it's behind us, dude.
It's
saw you like shake it.
Yeah, so it wasn't insignificant.
Yeah,
It's
you were
like
really like working on it.
170 miles of range, so.
I know a lot of people might think I was crazy for flying home for a day last week, but I'm glad I did because I was able to get that camera out, fumigate, because it's going to be another long week. All right.
You think they're gonna drop the PDS watch early again this week?
Welcome to Carmen, Oklahoma, not San Diego. Where in the world is Carmen, San Diego?
They went with the PDS watch to 11 p.m. this time. Last week they had the PDS watch out, nothing happened. They dropped it, and then you had
Sulphur,
Marietta, and I forget the name of the other town. Three big tornadoes.
and
then they tried to
everybody's
blame chasers for it.
Yeah. Everybody's got their truck and car parked under whatever cover they have. They're on the front steps checking the storm out.
Person with 60,000 tweets attack chasers. I mean, 60,000 tweets. I mean, how do you ever work?
It's your government tax dollars at work, man.
Like, if I tweeted once a day for the rest of my life, I wouldn't even get near that.
It's true.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto NS 256 road.
So, and if she's tweeting and replying to people, I mean, she's got to find those tweets too. So, I mean, it's like, holy crap. Tell me you live on Twitter without telling me you live on Twitter. 60,000.
Turn right onto NS 256 road.
What are we doing here?
Probably.
I'm not doing that. It's trying to be cute.
Continue for 5 miles.
I don't want to be cute.
Continue on Oklahoma 45 east for 3/4 of a mile.
And then they came out last night. Someone was telling me that they came out last night like
In
all
half
these
a mile,
chasers
turn right onto
wishing for
Oklahoma
death and
45
destruction
east,
and
Oklahoma
posting on
south.
Twitter about it is just disgusting. Like, who?
They being that one specific person, or they being like an entire account?
I don't know. It's like, who? Like, I haven't seen this.
Turn right onto Oklahoma 45
Who is she
east,
talking about?
Oklahoma 8 south.
I've never talked to anybody who wants destruction.
No.
Do they want tornadoes? Yes. But they don't want destruction.
No. But no, I mean, she's like trying to generalize it like that. But then when you see a tornado, you see the people running out, helping people with storm chasers. It's that GoFundMe raised like $85,000. It's mostly chasers going down through there.
I need to switch.
I don't see SPC on there.
Do you want to plug this in ever, or no?
What?
That camera. Because it's draining battery like crazy.
Yeah.
You know, I'm good at
Yeah.
watching batteries. It's not,
7%.
it's not charging. There it is. I'm pretty good at watching batteries, guys. think at that point you're kind of needing to be evaluated for a mental condition.
Well, no, I'm not going there.
I would.
You got to be evaluating for job performance. I mean, 60,000 tweets.
Sorry, man. That seems a little unhinged to me. I gotta look how many I have, though.
You're a tweet machine. You probably have like 5,000.
How do you even look?
I don't know. I think it shows it when you look up other people's profiles. You have to look me up, see how many I have. And you can use my phone to look up you. It doesn't show you.
No.
It's probably not impressive enough. I looked at it on my laptop last night, so it probably only does it on desktop.
Okay.
And to be fair, it wasn't really 60,000. It was like 59,280. So, one more day.
She's gonna hear this live stream and.
Oh, I forgot the audio was on. Oh well. Not like I wouldn't tell her. That person. I try to avoid drama, but when you start stuff like that, it's like, alright, you're asking for trouble. Government agency. How about focus on getting better and not defending your poor performance? Trying to cast blame on chasers. I am. What you got? What's that? Then do it. I'm proud of you. I saw straight A's, right? I thought you had it like an 89.8 in that one. They're not round. Oh my God, they're gonna get you for that 0.2 of a point. Whoa. Still proud of you. I'll count as an A. How's that? I said I'm still proud of you. I'll count as an A. I'll round it for you. I'll give you those 0.2 of a point for straight A's. Figures. What are you doing? Tell them I said hello, and then I will call you in the morning when I'm not on a tornado warning storm. Alright, love you. Bye. So she didn't make the master's list because she got an 89.8 and they're not rounding.
You gotta be proud of her, though.
Oh, I'm super proud of her. But she made good enough grades where she doesn't have to take final exams. She could take a final exam in literature in one class to get up to an A, but she's like, I hate that class. I'm like, don't worry about it.
100% would.
All right, we got this storm in Great View. Still struggling.
And this is the storm to the south.
It's the one coming into Clio Springs, as are we.
Cleo! Remember
Yeah.
Miss Cleo, the
Miss Cleo.
psychic? Late night TV, early 2000s? That was a commercial?
Yeah. The grift of our time.
Wasn't there a documentary on HBO or something like that?
I don't know.
I think so.
I'm sure it was super fascinating. Like the most obvious scam in the world.
Yeah. Miss Cleo will tell you what's going on. It's not a bad Jamaican accent.
It's not bad at all. It made it so funny. Alright, you know what we're gonna do? We're
No.
gonna skip right over this storm, I think. I do believe.
Skip right over it.
Just skip right over it.
Even that funnel that keeps growing
Even
right
that
there?
funnel, yep.
We don't care about that funnel, do we?
I mean, I
Yeah.
can give it a minute, but
I mean, it's coming down.
it's in the right spot too, John. Look at you.
Look at Jonathan, spotting
you
funnels.
and that other guy are having a career funnel day.
It just puttered out.
I know. It doesn't have that look yet. Good. Really quickly. I mean, this is the time. This is when everything's starting to come together right now. Like everything was in place earlier
Yeah.
to like start getting tornadoes early. It didn't happen, but now it's about to go. Environment's about to go full ham.
I'm just proud that I'm spotting the
Yeah.
spots now.
Clear slide,
Clear slide.
base, not much rotation. Little high base funnel sticking out. You spotted it.
Well, it helps that I've been doing nothing but dreaming every night for a week about tornadoes. Something I've never dreamt about in my life. I've never had a dream about tornadoes. Ever. Ever. I did have a sweet dream last night, though, because right before I woke up, I was dreaming about my dog that passed away 3 years ago. I was very happy.
Good. Another dog made you happy. So.
But then I was sad because I was like, then I realized it was a
Yeah.
dream, and I was like, ah.
All right, back to my original target.
You know, it's a good day when we're driving in circles.
That was a good circle.
Storm chasing NASCAR.
So. Man, this is where you make tough decisions right here. I think we leave right now. By the time we get on this next storm, there'll be a tornado on the ground.
And these are the times that I let you make these decisions.
But I also think this one could do it. And they both may. And neither might not do it. So who knows? But it's hard when you're already right here. Go ahead, slam on the brakes.
Slam on the brakes, think it up. Don't do it. There you go. Okay, thank you. Thanks, buddy. I've seen those people with that like professional camera gear, like the shoulder stability and stuff.
It's just this camera with a whole bunch of rigging around it
Why?
to make it more difficult to shoot it. I'm judgmental.
in Miss Cleo Springs, Oklahoma. Oh, that's a cool car.
I am torn.
I mean, it's got a nice hook, but so does that one down below it.
Torn. And the low-level jet's just going to crash in here in a minute. And they're both probably just going to go nuts. I think we need to stick with this one for a minute because we can catch the next one. Last thing I want to see is the cap come in behind the next one, eat the south one, and then us be stuck with
Nothing.
sunburns. But man, I want to go.
So today's a lot more difficult of a chase than the last couple of days.
It's more difficult for a forecast.
Yeah.
The last 2 days were super easy forecasts, much more difficult chases. These are a lot easier chases. These storms are all going to be moving in a consistent motion. They're not going to be doing the deviant motion. They're not going to be retrograding. They will occlude at times, but they'll hand off and there'll be a new couplet come out. So it's a completely different world when you're chasing synoptically driven, which is like a big weather system over a large area, versus mesoscale, which is a very focused area where you have one little boundary and intense instability pushing up against it.
Yeah.
Like you're targeting those mesoscale driven days are like so tiny.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough, man. That storm in Silver, Texas was difficult.
Oh, that was now chasing. It's like it's the opposite. It's as hard as it gets on the mesoscale stuff, and a lot easier on the synoptic stuff. Synoptic stuff, picking your place and picking your storm is the hard part. How far do I want to leave this storm? So Fairview, I can cut back up on it. Let me just get to Fairview.
Okay.
Give myself plenty of room to get at both.
When do you anticipate that jet coming in?
I mean, it should start creeping in hard right now. Like, this is the time of the day, yeah.
It's got some hail.
You'll
in
know it. You'll know it when the wind starts blowing us all over the road. It's been windy, but not like crazy. But you'll know it when it starts really pushing. Hail's even small. This is 1.75.
So these keep getting these like black donuts in them. Why is that? In velocity.
So you see the space right there?
Yeah.
There's nothing there. So velocity is no good without reflectivity. You can get a crazy looking couplet on the wrong part of a storm, just some storm mergers and interactions. That's nothing. There's no rotation to it. It's just winds from two different directions clashing with no focal point.
Gotcha.
So you need your reflectivity, your velocity to match up, and then we start looking for correlation coefficient.
Yeah.
That's your debris. It needs to match up with your velocity.
has some of the most insane roadway mergers in the world. I'm very confident in saying
Can't
that.
believe we're leaving the Supercell right now.
I mean, you can see it right here. It's
Yeah, I
just-
know. I'm just saying the way it looks on reflectivity. So what I'm going to do is just drop down to Fairview. It's what, like 8 miles?
Is that too much room?
6 miles.
No, 6 miles is fine.
6 miles, and then look, I can stair step back up to it,
Yeah.
but I'll be within range of this storm too, because it's looking equally impressive, and it looks like it's about to go nuts. And that's
And we like southern storms.
that. Well, that was my target all along.
The south?
Yeah.
Canton. Yeah.
Canton Lake.
Yeah.
And why?
Because you've chased the same storm in 2011.
I did. Chase the same setup. But we need to watch this thing very closely. I mean, it's a beautiful storm, but it is showing no rotation on the surface right now, none on velocity. But it can change so fast as that low level jet pushes in. Split the difference until this thing passes the road. Well, maybe I'm not.
So this is the next storm we're kind of splitting the difference with.
Those work. So. Oh, let's go right. Right, cha. Right, cha. Just watch for just a second.
I mean, you can see the rotation starting to build in there at the backside.
It's just so slow.
So right now we're looking at this storm to our north. It's going through Clio Springs, just a little bit north of Clio Springs. Tornado warned. And then we're kind of splitting the difference with a severe storm just to our south that's heading towards Canton, Oklahoma. And you're looking at that storm to the north. So we're just south of Clio Springs.
Yeah, and we are going to be well south of Clio Springs.
Switch storms?
Yeah, let's go.
Got it, dude.
There's something it does not like right there.
We're going to give it one last look there, guys. Say goodbye for now. Maybe forever.
Hopefully we don't regret this. I don't think we will.
Barrett wants to be on the roof. I don't think you want to be on the roof, Barrett.
Jeremy McNaughton's on fire. He just got another funnel.
Same guy?
You can tell where he's been.
Are the models looking like anything right now?
Models don't matter right now. We are going to get to Southern.
And this is Fairview, Oklahoma. We're heading towards that severe warning storm that looks good, heading right towards Canton, Oklahoma. And we are northwest of Oklahoma City. Man, Marcia says we could use Miss Cleo right now to tell us which way to go. It's true.
Kind of like the SPC.
Pretty much serve the same purpose nowadays.
Instead of TVs, you want Twitter feed every night. No matter what happens today, it'll be our fault.
Sure.
If their forecast busts, our fault. Destructive tornadoes, our fault.
That's an interesting looking motel. I'm getting quite the tour of Oklahoma this week.
You are.
they don't have, what's the station we like now?
All subs.
Oh yeah, we just fell in love with all subs. And only because of the gummy worms.
That's it.
They have the best gummy worms.
I mean, all subs has been like a Chaser staple forever.
All subs is like, again, it's like
I
a
was
19... It's like a late 80s gas station with food.
Yeah, I'm like, eh. But then the gummy worms, I was like, oh.
But the gummy worms are fine. And I introduced you to those gummy worms.
You did. I'm not like a big gummy worm person because they're always like stale and rubbery.
Speaking of which, I'm going to grab a couple. You're going to go for the sour. I'm going to go for the sweet. If I would have known that there were no all subs in Oklahoma,
Continue for
We'd have bought
9
more.
I would have bought another couple bags.
They're not cheap,
protected by tornado warning.
They are not cheap.
but they're good.
Talking about Pizza Hut in the chat. I can't do Pizza Hut.
Neither.
Like, of all the pizza chains in the world, that's like one I cannot do.
When I was a kid,
That's all we had as a kid was Pizza Hut.
when I was a kid, Tom had a children's clothing store, and he bought a new location in Baton Rouge, and it was an old Pizza Hut building, and we had to scrape the grease off the walls and windows with or off the windows with a razor blade, and like went through gallons and gallons and gallons of Dawn soap and anti-grease stuff, and I had so many cuts on my fingers and they're raw, and the floors never could get all the grease off of them, just no matter what you did was there, and it was like caked up crap on all the baseboards. Ever since then, I've just lost my appetite for pizza.
I'm a Little Caesars guy. Hot and ready.
Alright, how big's the hill on this thing? 1.75. So we'll take the long way down since it's not really exhibiting instant tornado, and since I don't want to get caught on Canton Lake.
Robert says he's hot and ready for a tornado.
It's not what Barrett said.
We can't tell you what Barrett said. Hopefully your wife's not watching the stream, Barrett.
Hopefully she is. Report back.
She's a sweetheart.
Both of them are.
Yeah, I mean, amazing family. Your son is still the funniest, I guess, what was he, 12?
Moose.
Moose, but how old's Moose?
He's older than that now, I think.
13 now? Is he a teenager?
That's a Barrett. That's a Barrett question.
Let us know, Barrett. How old's your son, Moose? Now. Holy
See?
cow.
Yeah, it's been 2 years since Ian, so.
Yeah. So I was right. 12. And then kids in my mind stay the same age.
Yeah. They're always right there.
They're in that era. If we were just going on look at reflectivity, traffic already.
Yep. They're not even like, not even pretty. Even if you look at the radar and be like, oh man, but those things produce a tornado. And you look at velocity, like, oh no.
Exactly.
And you're like, I bet they're pretty. But then you get here and you're like, no.
They're really not.
Half a mile. Turn left on Oklahoma 51A.
I mean, that
Just okay.
that storm in Fort Stockton is pretty good.
I wouldn't go that far.
It was.
I was just angry.
It produced right away.
Oh, it was just angry.
Right away.
Turn left on Oklahoma 51A.
You sure?
Follow this truck.
I guess so. I'm gonna trust you, Google.
Continue on Oklahoma 51A for 8 miles.
Truck, you have nice hail cage on the back. I just spent $600 on windshield. I'm gonna pass you.
We're heading down through towards Watonga for the second time today. Mad Marsh, are you excited about the Saints' new quarterback?
Mad Marsh is the one that gave the comment of the year in the Bear thread.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that was really funny, Mad Marsh. The problem with using a rental, Robert, is that it's really difficult to get all this gear and equipment into a rental car. And also the lights that Brandon has on his car are really necessary, especially if you guys saw our coverage from Sulphur, Oklahoma last week and the overnight damage and stuff. We really need those lights to help search and rescue, and also, of course, it helps our video. So that's why Brandon will drive a long way in this car just to be able to have the resources at his fingertips. But sometimes it's impossible.
Yeah, typically I have a 12-hour rule. I fly and drive after 12 hours, but severe season is a little different because it's back-to-back-to-back days a lot of times.
And yeah, Spencer Rattler. And the comment about the bear thread, like the large mammal with claws, bear. How big's the hail?
Pick it up. 2 inch.
I'm not optimistic we're going to get through this before the hail.
It's gonna be close.
So what happens when they get to 35 today, do you think? Is that the best environment?
I mean, they're supposed to be in a really good environment right now, but I'm still not seeing that low-level jet showing up. The fact that I'm getting 20 miles in the gallon driving south right now is a bad sign. But it's gonna show up, it's just a matter of when. But the problem is, it waits too long, these storms could evaporate or turn into
A line.
a line, yeah.
Steven says Spencer Rattler is just too inconsistent. He's very streaky.
Kind of reminds me of Jameis Winston, but he's got the talent. We'll see.
Those storms in western Kansas a couple of days ago looked better than like that last storm we were on. Like remember we were parked in the field and it had that lowering right in front of us?
Well, yeah. Western Kansas. That's like some of the most beautiful supercells in the world have occurred right there. Before you get a lot of moisture helps for tornadoes and strong tornadoes and big wedge tornadoes and all that stuff. But you get that less moisture, the structure tends to be better. Not always.
We gotta keep going south, yeah?
Yeah, we gotta get on the hill, but not much south. This thing could have a tornado right now.
And again, we're heading down towards Watonga.
Maybe one on the backside right here.
Yeah. The storm's hitting Canton right now.
So what do I want to do? What do I want to do? What do I want to do? I want to take the railroad south. That's Jordan.
Why was it?
Alright, so I need you to find me an east route about 7 miles south of here. Or west route, I'm sorry. If you want to push up close to it. I got it.
West route?
Yeah, I got it.
It's right here. 680 east.
I got it.
It's 1.4 miles away. That one?
2.5 miles.
Oh, you're gonna go a little bit further down?
Yeah. I'm going to this hill first.
Okay.
Alright. Put it out the window, outside view.
Alright, so we are following the storm just you're seeing right out of the passenger side, which is my side. That's looking to the west. We're basically parallel with Canton, Oklahoma. So you see that hail core coming into Canton. This is a severe storm. We're trying to drop a little bit below the hail and then come in underneath it and give it a little look underneath the skirt.
And is there anything, is there an east route anywhere in here? Or do we have to get up on that road?
An east route? That road, you're gonna have to go one below that road to get to the east route.
Okay, how far does it go? Does it come out?
It goes all the way to Hitchcock.
Hitchcock?
Yeah. see Hitchcock?
No, but I'll be alright.
Right there. Oops. There.
Okay. It doesn't go straight. There's a river. Okay.
It goes. There is a river, but it goes through past it.
Okay.
All right. Got a little look there. See the
Alright.
mezzo.
Now on the back side of that, just now I'm thinking of a funnel shootout.
In half a mile, turn right on East
The back
690
left,
Road.
right?
Look, right here on this hook. Watch
Yeah.
this. Right there. I want to play the front side though, because that's where it's.
The hail is.
Well, no, that's where you get a good one going.
Turn right on East 690 Road.
Just check the mail.
Head east on EO 689 Road.
Alright, got a little bit of lowering tucked away back there.
No, Victoria. that would be the end of the chase for me. Good question, though. And this is the right state to do it. All right, yeah, getting some lowering right there in the middle.
Alright, rain shield should be lifted out. Best mezzo is gonna be down here still.
I saw like an unknown Colorado number. I just rejected it. Whoops. Tundra Rock just asked what a hook slice is. We just talked about that because we did it a couple days ago.
Yeah, hook slice is when you're coming in from the backside of a storm. You drive through the hook on the radar, and when you pop out, if you're doing it right, on the right storm, when you pop out, there's a tornado right outside your window.
It's risky. Not a bad looking storm.
Hey, Tyler. I know, I get it. All right, cool. Just hit me up when you get there. We'll go from there. All right. Not yet, but it could any minute now. We're on a good storm right now. All right, thank you, Tyler. All right, bye.
This storm has a different feel to it, guys. If you do it wrong, you could literally drive into a tornado.
Yeah.
It's not just about breaking your windows.
Or the tornado could have cleared on top of you.
So, this storm has a different feel to it.
It's starting to get that look.
Yeah.
Clouds pushing and they're starting to move a little faster too. That low level jet's starting to come now. Storm to the north looks good too.
The one we just left?
Tornado, yeah.
Is it a tornado?
Was on the ground for literally 2 seconds. But it's still rotating fast. I think they're both going to do it though.
Yeah, it looks like it's back here, yeah?
What's that? Yeah, that's the top of it. So you see the kind of the horseshoe shape?
Yeah.
Top of the horseshoe is usually your tornado spot, but it can do it in the front or the back. Sometimes it'll shoot one out the back.
That's a weird velocity on that top storm.
Well, it had that, you see how it's really focused, really tight spot?
Yeah.
It's usually a really brief, weak tornado. That's exactly what was reported. Alright, hail's about to come, I think. Alright, here, help me. I'm gonna get up out of here. So we're gonna jump back up north, go to the road to the east, and then we got south options. I want to stay north of that river.
So you're thinking like going up to South Hard and then going
South
up on
or
50?
cutting over, and then I can drop down some of those farm roads, gravel roads, whatever. And
Do you
then
want to go on 660 or do you want to go on 51?
the main road?
51? The northeast? Or do you want to go straight
660.
east?
660.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Like we're literally just going right there,
Yeah.
but at least it'll give you room to operate. Yeah, it looks like it's trying to handcuff. This is doing some weird things. You have internet?
I have a little bit, yeah. I have it punched in where we need to go. Essentially at the stop sign we gotta take a right. So it's right past this gypsum plant or whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then take a right.
I'm trying to figure out what this thing's about to do. It's being funny. I think it's about to try and occlude right here. Maybe tornado first, then occlude, and then hand off to the south.
So again, guys, we're in that severe storm right by Canton, Oklahoma. That's what you're seeing. That is looking straight to the west.
Now you're looking southwest. And you're about to look back west. And we're about to hail that out of here.
Phew. I did not like hearing that on your windshield.
Too soon.
All right, stop sign, take a right.
Yep.
giving this storm that's coming in behind us a little more space. There's some hail coming in. Storm behind it looks legit.
Yeah. But it's a little farther away from the radar too, so you're scanning higher up in the cloud, you're seeing the meso.
South, get back?
What's that?
You get into that main road and go south, or what are you doing?
2.1 miles, take a right, 2 miles.
Yeah.
Get myself a way to get to Hitchcock.
Yeah, yeah.
And from there, back down to Watonga, where we started us out just with tornado warning and Putnam.
Yeah, makes sense.
Starting to bound up.
This storm's looking like it's wanting to include.
I'm in no hurry to leave this one.
I'm sorry?
I'm in no hurry to leave this one at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, trains just, they pretty much keep going. They might stop.
They get flipped in strong tornadoes.
There was one
Dang it.
a week ago that the tornado ran right over him. What do you need?
Espresso. It's in the
In half a mile, turn right onto North
forward
2600
pocket of my
Road.
bag. Of my book bag.
Like the front?
Yeah.
Sure. I'm not feeling it.
No, just not. I get it.
Turn right onto North 2600 Road.
That's right.
Continue on North 2600 Road for 6 miles.
Was kind of close. Birdie.
All right. Careful right over here to our left.
I see. I'm watching that. It's me tucked back around there. It's trying to rehook.
Yeah. They might be punching through here in a second.
What's that? Okay, just enough motion to keep my attention. Our storm's completely undercut. The storm's starting to look undercut.
This one?
Yeah. On the south side. Kind of right here. It really needs to be in front of that collar.
The storm coming out of Putnam still is looking pretty good. By Oakwood.
Yeah, but we got pretty good motion happening right there. That really good upward motion.
Upper,
right here.
yeah.
If it starts getting that spin to it too, then it's going to be
I mean, it's kind of getting a little spin. plastic bag with the snacks. No? I don't know. Nothing.
It just blew out here. No, I still got it right here. It's ragged looking, but I mean, it could produce any moment. Oh, it's trying. Gotta let the nipple come down.
Yep.
Here it is. Unless, alright, so this thing could produce a free tornado pretty quickly here. I don't think it's going to produce a good one. Not yet. It's got some work to do. So, let's finish giving it space and get ready to drop if needed. But keep your eye out back there too. On this side. Right there.
How far do you want to keep going on this?
I got it.
To the highway?
1 mile, but if I find a good spot to pull off right up here, I will. I can jump north on it, jump south on it, or jump to the other storm. It's that spot we pulled off in the ditch earlier, just that. Waiting for storms to fire. Alright, we gotta get on that next storm now.
In a quarter mile, turn right onto Oklahoma 8 South.
Sure looks like they're both about to do it.
All right, so we're just
Turn
south
right
of
onto Oklahoma 8 South.
Okeen, Oklahoma, north of Hitchcock. About ready to head south towards Hitchcock.
Continue on Oklahoma 8 South for 8 miles.
So you're looking at this.
So this over here is what we're looking at. That's where it's going to be up in there. Keep waiting for it to cycle back up over here and get going. But right now it's been an anticyclonic.
And that's facing towards Okeen, Oklahoma. It's just a severe warning storm. Coming up behind it, literally on its tail, is a tornado warning storm by Oakwood. We're in position to hop on any of these storms, really. And we are northwest of Oklahoma City, if you are not familiar with all these small towns I've been mentioning.
There's RFD.
But that storm behind it's looking better.
I think it only looks better because it's farther from the radar.
I mean, it's not that much farther. But yeah, maybe. Any reports on Oakwood?
Nope. Just that one guy that's having a career year today.
A career funnel today? Eventually Watanga. guys, so we are almost getting into Hitchcock, Oklahoma. We're looking at the storms to our west.
The tornado one storm, we can actually see it from here. No, you can't. It's this thing right there.
It's in the far distance.
Yeah, these are all about to merge together. MCS.
And again, that's looking west at the storm. Tornado warned going through Oakwood, Oklahoma, south of Canton, through Canton a little bit, towards Hitchcock, where we are.
It just went tornado warning on our storm.
Our storm behind us.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, wild, or let's get the velocity. But I said, let's go get up in front of it. Just stay with it.
The one that we just left?
Yeah.
Or this one?
Well, I mean, we had to leave it. We were pinched off.
Yeah.
Or we can go get in hail, and it's not worth going to get in hail for.
No. But it is getting there. I mean, it looks better on reflectivity.
I mean, they all look good on reflectivity. None of them look worth a damn on velocity.
It's so weird.
I mean, I know it's missing. It's really, really obvious.
Just the low level jet.
Yeah.
So guys, so far today, nothing really has transpired. There have been several tornado warnings, but on a high-risk day, as Brandon's been talking about throughout the day, they're pretty trigger-happy on a tornado warning on a day like this. So, you're still gonna have to take a right to get to that main highway.
Take a left.
You want to go left?
Yeah, to Loyal.
Gotcha.
And I think I can pop up from Loyal, right?
Well, the problem there is there's that river.
Of course.
So, no.
Yeah, I can pop over at Doyle, though.
Up Doyle?
Dover, I'm sorry. Doyle rules. All right, let's go this way.
Man, that Cimarron River is a pain in the butt. It always gets us.
Yep. This thing could have some really pretty structure here in a minute. High risk of structure.
High risk of structure. But yeah, so far good news for people in Oklahoma, here in the western part at least. No violent tornadoes. Doesn't mean it's not gonna change.
Particularly dazzling structure.
I wouldn't even say that.
No, I'm saying it could be setting up. It's starting to pull in and just
Yeah.
clear out around it.
But the storms have not looked very healthy they look a lot better on radar than they do in person or reflectivity. From my vast experience of the last few days. Essentially, guys, it was tough to stay on that storm where we were because of the hail.
Yeah, I don't want to blow out my windshield. I just replaced it this morning, and I will absolutely demolish a windshield for a tornado, but
So essentially what we had to do, we had to drop south, and now we're going back to the east, and we're going to try and catch back up with it a little bit further east. And thanks again for all the folks joining us. I hope you guys enjoy the quality of the stream. We're doing our best. We had to do kind of a little bit differently today. So it's been tricky. But it's been storm after storm, chase day, and so we haven't had a chance to really, we found the bugs, but we haven't been able to fix them because we haven't had a chance to. We're constantly on these storms.
I know that sounds repetitive to many of you all, but as you have seen, I have not exactly been home. I think we've got the audio fixed though.
It's a little low. I mean, I think from...
Yeah, no, I'm just at least the static and clicking. So.
Yeah. That's good. Yeah, I mean, Tulsa is definitely going to be in the crosshairs later today. It's a waiting game, guys. It's just, you got to be, it's just waiting for the stuff to set up and move. But there's your structure.
It's the whale's mouth.
The whale's mouth.
Not a great one, but for to be able to really see the structure, you gotta get way out in front. But it's clearing out, so I think it could happen. But getting late.
So the audio is turned up as much as we can on this end. Typically, when we run it with Tyler, he's able to kind of enhance it. But since he is working and not just voluntarily helping us out, we forgive him, and we're doing our best.
We may see a tornado report in just a moment.
So Brandon says we might see a tornado warning or a tornado report on this storm. He wouldn't be surprised.
It doesn't have big nasty tornado look. It's got possible brief tornado look at the moment. I don't know if anybody's in there to see it because it's really starting to wrap up. M-Finger is, so M-Finger should have a ID on it in a minute. He said it's rotating hard.
Literally, we're just there.
Apparently, there's a brief multi-vortex there. There's the tornado report right there. 4 miles southeast of O'Keene, so it's just right through there. Can't see it because of the rain shield and RFD.
Basically, right where we were.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's starting to get a little bit more intense look to it, and it's about to be visible. It probably is visible. M-Finger said it's rain wrap. So Info's going crazy on it now. So we're finally seeing that low level jet show up. But it's completely rain wrapped.
So what has been missing all day, according to what we're kind of seeing, is just the low-level jet has maybe been the missing ingredient.
no traffic today, and you look in your rear view and you see a parade behind you.
Yeah. I mean, it's like Field of Dreams behind us. At the end, when everybody's going to the ballpark, just a row of headlights throughout the prairie instead of cornfields.
See if this thing can cycle and clean out. If they're not seeing it from where they are right now, like they're all in the cage and can't see. Looks like it blew out. Or it just did something stupid. Hopefully it didn't do something stupid. Let's look. Look at that, just showed up. And so the tornado report. Big SVC. Hidden in rain, but getting big.
So again, guys, that is the tornado-warned storm just to the east of Okeen.
Fingers says too dangerous to try. He's bailing southwest. I mean southeast. So that tells you what should tell you everything you need to know. It's just all buried back there. Now if it handcuffs and cleans out, it'll be right here. It will be a great position to be able to see it. But if it stays wrapped up inside that cage, there's nothing we can do about it.
So it kind of depends on the behavior of the tornado, guys, as to if we're going to be able to see it or not. There's a certain point where it's just too dangerous. We're getting into Loyal, Oklahoma right now. That's where we're pulling into. And again, we are southeast of that storm.
You home? Okay. Does Tyler need to do the stream? He's home. Or will be in 5?
You can, yeah. I mean, it's still
Or is it
audio.
going right now?
Huh? It's going.
It's going? Alright.
I wouldn't touch it if we don't need to.
Yeah, so it's going right now. As soon as it dies, though, I'd love for you to do it. Because what's it? The stream? Because we've lost it like 8 times today. Every time we lose, like for 1 second, it drops out. Yeah, yeah. But as long as it's on right now, and we got a tornado on the ground next to us, I'd like to keep it rolling and not have to deal with it. Yeah, I can't see it. It's wrapped in rain, but it's right. It's in there. Okay, gotcha. Perfect. Thank you, Tyler. All right, bye.
And so the tornado warning we are in actually is south of the tornado that you're seeing out of your view there, which is to our north. There's a storm coming in behind us, and it again is like a Congo line of storm chasers. When you get caught behind somebody who goes below the speed limit, it causes chaos. When you're on these farm roads, rural areas, they're just not made for a lot of traffic. And guess what happens in Oklahoma, folks? A lot of traffic on storms.
Your route may be affected by severe thunderstorm warning.
What about the tornado
It's
warning,
gonna
Google?
be affected by a tornado warning.
So again, guys, it's a lot of dancing with these storms. It's a game of chess, really. You're looking ahead.
So you got folding right here on the radar, and there's tornadoes tucked way back up in here. And you got 2 circulation. There's your circulation right here. So you got the top and the bottom notch, and it's buried in rain. It's like the same thing that happened the other day. I was hoping this wouldn't happen today, but like I said, if it happened early today, we were gonna get some pretty tornadoes. If it's
So,
happening when
explain to them without talking to your phone and me.
So if we got tornadoes early today, they were probably going to be quite visible. The later in the day it gets, the less visibility we're going to have on these things because there's more storm interaction, multiple storms close together, and they tend to get wrapped up in rain really hard. And this thing is buried in the rain.
Buried.
It's trying to poke out on one side, but the other side is actually producing
So guys, we have about an hour and a half left of sunset or sunlight here in the OKC area. We're just to the northwest of Oklahoma City. That is the tornado warned storm where there has been a sighting of a tornado by O'Keene, Oklahoma. It's rain wrapped. Some quality chasers in there have bailed because of the danger, and I need to do a TV hit. Hello? Yes, sir. Great, thank you. just northwest of Oklahoma City, a small town called Dover, Oklahoma. And what you're going to be able to see in our live stream is just to our north and west. That is that tornado confirmed storm passed just around Okeen, Oklahoma, and that's around where that tornado was confirmed. Really the first noted tornado of note of the day. A lot of the storms just really haven't been able to get their act together, even though they have been tornado warned. Several storms here in western Oklahoma, they never really showed that deep potential like we've seen over the last week and a half. Things are starting to change though, as you see with this storm. Finally got its act together. It does have a tornado likely buried inside the rain. Not a very visible tornado. We're just trying to get in a position where we might be able to take a peek at what that storm is producing. And again, you mentioned the high risk. The ingredients are all there. It just hasn't quite come together yet to produce that tornado outbreak. One of those things where you kind of have to stay out while the storms are producing, but there is a point which happened last week. The storms that came through Sulphur and Marietta, Oklahoma, and produced those dangerous tornadoes. Those happened after 10 o'clock, and in a part of Oklahoma that's really difficult to chase or track storms in that time of day. You know, there's just the visibility issue. You have the rain wrapping, and it's very dangerous and really not worth the risk at that point in a lot of cases to try and make your way there. So you just unfortunately have to sit back, wait and see what happens. Oklahoma is basically the chase capital of the world, right? So a lot of people are out in the roads trying to see and get a glimpse of these storms. Oklahoma itself, a lot of public buildings, they closed down early today. A lot of people, schools, etc., closing, sending people home at 4 o'clock. So, I mean, this is a very serious day. It's the first high-risk day since 2019, and so people definitely know what to expect with these kind of storms. And unfortunately, it's going to continue past dark, and we have another about hour and 20 minutes or so before dusk and you know, the sun sets. So we have a chance to at least kind of track and see what these storms are doing until then, and then after that they're going to continue to head towards the east, and so people really need to continue to be aware throughout eastern Oklahoma as well as the sun sets. Sounds good to me.
I don't have a whole lot of motivation to chase linear embedded supercells at night with parameters as high as they are. It's just stupid. Plus, there's a million people up here and there's nobody down there. So,
I mean, what are we gonna get other than damage right away? You know, then like, I just don't know. Like,
down there?
No, up here. It's just like a high risk. I don't know what the reward is other than, you know, whatever's gonna. Like I said, the hit. Like what's gonna happen is gonna happen.
The good news is we have people in there who can tell us I can't see anything, so we don't have to dive in there to find out. Ray's in the Dominator. He can go jump in there.
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna give it a go here. It looks like it's trying to clear out a little bit, but it may be about to do something a lot more visible. But boy, it's gonna be a tight space in there.
We might have to consider those wireless if we're having to push
Look,
it
if I get
ourselves.
home, I'll fix this.
Yeah.
It's not hard. I can fix this. But until I get home, it's hard to do anything.
Hennessy's carrying an omnidirectional shotgun mic? Probably not.
No, you don't think?
I don't think so. They do make these with actual gains on them.
They do, and they also have to be plugged in or have a battery source. So
yeah.
I think that's the issue. I think it's being underpowered because we got so much stuff running off of this thing. I mean, look at your batteries falling.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, you may want to try it on a different adapter, a different plug-in. Yeah. In fact, hand me the black plug. I'm gonna put it in here. Put the white one in there because it needs a 2 amp, or it slowly falls throughout the day.
So what do you need?
Hand me the black plug.
The black.
That's plugged into here. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, I got it.
It can go into here. It should still be.
Yeah, it's still charging.
Okay. And then put this one in the one the black plug was in. One of them was a 2 amp, one's a 3.1 amp. That's 2 amp charges rapid.
I need the one the other.
Good chance you're about to have a significant tornado right here. Guys, this Hennessy storm at Mezzo is really starting to wrap around. Looks like the low-level jets finally pushing in. I think we're about to have, we could be about to have a big tornado. Either it's going to blow out, meaning the backside of the storm is going to push all the way through, or it's going to wrap it all the way in. If it wraps it all the way in, we could see a nasty tornado. We'll know within 5 minutes.
You know, I said my friends like to talk when I'm busy.
Mm-hmm.
They never talk when I'm at home doing nothing, bored. It's blowing up. At least you guys are going to get to see some nice structure right now.
See it wrapping in.
I do.
But if we get up here and we can't see anything, I am just bailing. I'm bailing so far away, it's not even funny. And everybody will either hate me or in 2 hours they'll love me. One or the other.
Have you seen any reports of damage or anything like that?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Well, maybe. Hold on. Yeah, there's damage report right here. Tree uprooted, single home structure damage. Power line snapped.
Tyler's appreciating the structure. I hope you guys are as well. It's a good view of it. Lightning blasting out the front. Just here. There we go.
There's a helicopter. Flash them. There's 2 of them.
All right, so we're about into Hennessy, Oklahoma. That's where we're heading into right now.
Kind of got a little view in there. I can't see anything though.
Yeah, a little clearing.
DirecTV. Love telemarketers. Hate DirecTV.
Nice lightning. All right, we're in Hennessy now. Getting a view of the storm.
I mean, it is wrapped all the way up on the front side of that thing. So almost dead center of your screen right now. Right on the front edge of that storm. Where it curls back on that front side is where that tornado probably is. It looks like it's really trying to bound up now.
They do have the tornado sirens going here in Hennessy. Clearly, as this tornado is just to the northwest of the city.
There are no reports. The helicopters can't see it. The helicopters can't see it. And the chasers that are in there can't see it. I'm not diving in there.
That was amazing. This is it. Intimidating sight coming into your town, guys. Hello? Yeah. Hey guys, what are your thoughts on this storm Tyler's wanting? Yeah.
I mean, it's trying to do something really stupid in there, but it's possible to see. And I do mean impossible.
Yeah, we're gonna try. You might have to replay if you guys recorded something from the, because we're really having to try to outrace it right now. So that's why you see it on the driver's side as we're retreating from it. I mean, it's still a good view right now, but it might not last.
There's the inflow.
Yep. versus donut hole on the radar.
What's that?
Donut hole on the radar.
I mean, it's doing stupid things, but it does no good to us. I mean, we can't go drive in the donut hole.
It's wrapped in rain. I mean, it's wrapped.
It's wrapped in emerald hail. It's wrapped in frozen hell on earth.
What is it doing? Going north of Hennessy?
Yes. Well, the tornado, yes. Hennessy's gonna get some pretty intense wind.
And of course, they're getting a great sight.
Hey guys. We just left Hennessy, Oklahoma, where this really impressive tornado warning supercell is heading towards the town, just a little bit to the north, it looks like, and it does appear that there is something happening in the storm. It is rain wrapped. It is not something that we can just drive into. It's too dangerous. I mean, clearly on a high risk day like today, the ingredients are just to that point where you can't do things that maybe on a less risky day, where the likelihood of a very powerful tornado is less, that you might be able to do. But this one, you really have to give it its space, and unless it's visible, you just can't get close enough to tell, and you have to give it its distance, and that's what we're doing. People out in Hennessy, obviously the tornado sirens are blaring, that very, very eerie sound of the tornado sirens blasting through the town. People are outside, their eyes are to the sky, they're videoing, they're checking their phones, of course. They want to get their eyes on what the tornado is, the tornado warning storm that's coming by their town. And of course, this has been talked about for several days here in Oklahoma. A high risk has not been issued in Oklahoma since 2019. And people here, of course, know what that kind of day means. And so they're very concerned, and they're very, of course, on top of it, because they know they need to be aware and have a plan when you have a storm like this coming. Yeah, we had a very dangerous day just a week ago here in Oklahoma, where nothing really transpired during the day of note. There were a lot of tornado warnings, and then there weren't really any tornadoes. And then sunset and a little around 10 o'clock, that's when those tornadoes came up, and they just devastated the town of Sulphur, Oklahoma. Then, of course, you remember the Dollar Tree warehouse that was demolished along I-35 in Marietta, Oklahoma. Those cars, just stuck on the interstate as that tornado was barreling through them. So the whole state, eastern Oklahoma, really needs to be aware. This tornado warning storm that we're kind of retreating right now is heading right towards I-35, and so people up in Tulsa, throughout the state, really need to be aware, even as the sun sets here in the next hour or so, to know that there is still danger there, even though nothing really of note has transpired other than this tornado that's wrapped in this storm behind us. There is still potential for disaster. Yeah, there has been some hail. We've avoided it at all costs. We just replaced our windshield from this past weekend, where we had a couple of really massive stones just demolish the windshield, and there was a conveyor belt of windshields being replaced in this apartment complex where there are some other storm trackers that live. And that's another reason why we can't even go into this storm. You could just see by the look of it, it's this emerald hue on that storm, indicating the ice that's in that storm, and likely some really massive stones. So not only the dangerous fact of a tornado that's rain wrapped that you can't see, it just looks like rain, and then also the massive hail. So you really have to stay away. as best you can. Some people might try to make their way in. That's not something that we're willing to do.
Except for at a Holocaust. If I can go get in there and see a tornado, I don't care if hail destroys the car. But I'm not going to do it to go get hit by a hurricane I can't see.
Feel the inflow finally showing up.
What's the plan right now? What are we doing?
Just get out in front, let
Okay.
this thing organize, seeing if it's going to open up, it's expose itself.
So perverted.
I know. I mean, it could have something down. It could just be like a big hurricane in there. But it looks like it could do something really stupid, really, really fast right now. And I hope the people that are in there know what they're doing.
There are people inside there.
Yeah. But I mean, it could sit here and do this. It could blow all the way out and just be a straight line storm. Or that whole mezzo right there could wrap up and drop a wedge.
Yeah.
But with
Sorry guys, I was doing some hits and for TV, and then I had to shoot some video and send video and yada yada yada. Okay. It was up to over 500.
Whoa.
Some great lightning off to our north.
As soon as it looked like it was about to go stupid, it struck.
Just puttered out.
Yeah, it's trying to wrap. It's got to wrap all the way around here, and it's having problems doing that.
So again, guys, we're going with purpose. We can't safely get in and get a view of that right now, so we're kind of giving it some time to see if it clears out.
And we're gonna have a look at it here in a minute.
And we are heading towards Marshall, Oklahoma. We just left Hennessy. The tornado sirens were blasting as this spaceship supercell with giant hail tornado wrapped in started heading north, just north of town. People were outside, obviously getting their eyes to the sky, checking things out for themselves. It appears again like the core of that storm went north of Hennessy, but it is tracking towards I-35. Covington, Perry, Douglas, Wacomas. Wacomas is okay, but Douglas, Covington, Hayward, Lewson, Perry. And we're going to get a look of it here in a second, guys. Not just lightning.
You gotta look at my gas deal going up. Maybe. Is this a gas line?
I think it's just a chaser convention. There's one
Well,
on the other side there.
yeah. And two other chasers just taking up gas pumps.
right, cool, guys. Just a little gas stop.
It appears to be completely blown out at the moment, as in no tornado down. Still a very dangerous storm. Still shows rotation. Could still produce a tornado. tornado very quickly. If it doesn't do it by the time I get 5 miles up here, we're gone. Woo.
That's a good look. Oh, of course, right. The trees come in. So yeah, guys, we just went through Hennessy, where the sirens were blasting as this storm. You can see right there this UFO-like cell. It's blasting through. Emerald look with all the hail. Had a tornado confirmed, buried inside of it. So a very dangerous storm to try and even get close to. That's why we kind of bailed out a little bit and got ahead of it. And this again is heading towards Douglas, Covington, and then eventually I-35, Perry.
Is there a right turn in here anywhere?
There's a left turn right up here. And then there's a right turn as well. It looks back around.
Actually, left turn will be better.
Okay.
I'll let everybody else go right now. I'm just gonna look on it.
And again, we're in Marshall, Oklahoma. That's where we're near. Giving you guys a look at the front side of the storm. Careful of her
I'll see.
or him. Big time bolts happening. Is that high enough? Do you need the drone? It's right there. Ready? Yep.
I recognize. Okay.
All right, guys, our favorite view. Drone.
It said the wind's strong.
Finally. It's been the problem. The wind has not been strong. So this is again a drone view, Marshall, Oklahoma. There's been a confirmed tornado in this storm. And it is still tornado warned. Douglas, Covington, Oklahoma needs to really be aware of this.
And that rotation is just buried deep inside there.
So unfortunately we can't give you a view of the tornado itself, just where it is.
And we don't mind getting in there. We did it the other day. The problem is I've already got reports from other chasers saying it is completely buried in rain, can't see anything. They're retreating, so it's no point. It's all risk, no reward in it. So we are just staying back and just getting everybody a view of it, and about all we can do. It's this or rain and hail.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a hurricane, basically, when you're in there. You're not going to see anything.
Hurricane with hail.
Yeah. That's a great shot.
Yeah. It just blew it out, though.
No, it looked good.
It did it? Okay,
yeah,
cool.
It looked good. You got to know when to hold them, when to fold them.
You should make a song out of that. It would be
I think it'd make a good song. What do you think?
It would go big.
So again, this is a drone feed by Marshall, Oklahoma. We're just to the west of I-35. This is the tornado warned storm. Tornado's been confirmed. It's buried in the rain, in the hail. There's no real possibility we're going to get in there. So this is the best view you're going to get. This is mothership. You time lapsing it?
Yeah. I'm just going to slowly come down as there's a helicopter coming.
Mad Marcia says that somebody already made that song.
Well, maybe we do one called Poker Face.
A couple of days ago near Silver, Texas, we danced with a very powerful tornado in the what's known as the bear cage, which is tucked right with the tornado, and we danced with that for about an hour, and it was very tense. That's when we first cracked the windshield.
Use your other camera.
Yes, sir.
Please, sir.
I'm gonna hold it.
I mean,
steady.
you can even see back in here with the lightning. I can't tell anything's down there. No, just get a 10-second roll. Alright, we gotta get out of here.
view. Thank you, Brandon.
Hey, pleasure. At what cost did it come?
We'll find out soon, won't we?
Yep. Oh, come on, man. He's gonna sit there until he sees me coming. Oh well, we're about to get blasted.
There goes, there goes, there goes. You got it, 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 you got it.
Hell no.
Do you guys see that plate ahead of us?
I can't,
Briefly,
side view.
yeah, briefly there was a Colorado license plate. Hail, no.
Hell yes, in about 30 seconds.
There it is. And this is Convergence. Unfortunately, we got caught in it.
Waited just a little too long. Got a really cool shot at the end there.
Good lightning.
Yeah, but it was started off down at the grass blowing, then we came off the top of the structure, and then an 18-pronged bolt comes shooting out the sky.
Wow.
And somehow it actually didn't blow out.
And again, we're trying to avoid hail.
All right, let's get down. Let's get to Cimarron City.
Cimarron City or?
Let me see.
Huh?
Hold on.
And sun's about to set here in Oklahoma, in central Oklahoma, around 8:20. 8:20.
And here's what just came over the top of us.
That's looking to the east.
And this is what's coming over the top of us now in front of us.
So the difficulty with this storm, even though tornado's been confirmed, is that it's set back in the storm. It's rain wrapped. All risk, no reward to try and get a glimpse of it, because most likely you're not going to see anything but driving wind and rain, and then you're flipped or something bad happens. Also, you're getting crushed by monster hail, so it's just not something you can do. Again, we're just to the west of I-35 near Marshall, Oklahoma. We're heading towards I-35.
Rhett's probably going to try and poke in there.
Have fun.
Yep. Screw that.
Hopefully you guys enjoyed that view, especially with the drone. Lightning barrage, mother cell. I mean, that was a really cool view. Right? Yeah?
Yeah.
So this storm continues to be tornado warned. Covington just passed through Douglas. Again, it's heading right towards I-35, just to the north and west of Stillwater.
Weatherford looks like it may be having a problem right now, just north of Weatherford.
Weatherford, yeah.
Tail end Charlie.
Yep.
It's a little ways away from the radar, so it's hard to say. But that is what we're trying to drop down on.
And here's the problem, folks. It's like Field of Dreams. Headlights.
It's like a traffic zone.
You can see all the headlights coming from Hennessy to our
People
west.
coming to the storm, and we're going away from it.
Well, we're trying to.
Trying to. That person almost rear-ended me.
I'm not surprised.
Like, I gave him every inch I could.
Yeah. So the only way the Field of Dream reference does not work, it's wheat fields instead of cornfields. But
And anybody under the age of 30 probably has no clue.
I know more people under 30 have watched Field of Dreams. And Bald, when he's like, "Hey Dad, want to have a catch?" Tears every time. We're working our way through, guys. It's a 4-way stop. And we talked about Weatherford for a long time.
Weatherford and Kent Lake were two main areas.
I'm seeing a little bubbling here.
Out in front.
Yeah, on the east of I-35, but south.
Yeah. See how much room you gotta give yourself because of convergence.
Yeah. And there's a look back at our west. Local emergency manager reporting large tornado near Douglas. Douglas, again, is just to our north and west from where we are.
It looks like it's in there for sure.
Sun's going to be setting in about a half hour. But that does not stop the danger.
Yeah, there's no sun in there. It's pitch black in there. Only thing you're gonna see is like silhouettes from lightning. I mean, it's just all balled up. For those watching on the Live Storms Media app, if you're wondering who we're answering, this is WXChasing on YouTube. We're answering comments and questions on the YouTube channel.
What's up? Nice.
Oh.
And WXChasing is Brandon Clement. He's in the driver's seat. I'm Jonathan Petramala. I'm answering and trying to moderate some of the Q&As here as Brandon concentrates on driving and not getting us caught in chaser convergence. while also trying to give you guys the best view possible out of the camera setup we have here. Some pretty incredible views of this mothership. The lightning show. We're getting a view inside there. It doesn't look like fun.
From a friend of ours.
And again, folks, there's a certain point where we just talked about risk reward. And that doubles up when it comes nighttime, because people are maybe letting their guard down a little bit, or as we saw earlier when we drove through Hennessy, where the storm was blasting through. It was very eerie. It was that mothership. It had that eerie green glow to it. And Brandon opens the sunships as I'm trying to talk. Had the eerie glow to it. The even eerier sound of the tornado sirens blasting. People are outside. They're getting their eyes on it. They're taking a look at what the sky looks like, what the storm looks like. I mean, it's really common. And at nighttime, you just can't see it coming. So at that point, you really just need to be in your safe spot, especially if you're in a path of a storm. You need to be aware and be tracking these storms on a very trusted weather source that you have. And you can't let your guard down, especially if you're around I-35 and east this evening. But there's still storms coming up behind us that are tornado warned.
Or along I-40.
Which is exactly what I was about to say.
From Weatherford to Oklahoma City, that area. Additional storm development is still possible along and south of the Oklahoma City Metro and east of I-35. And they're all in a very high-end tornadic environment. So if anything gets isolated in that area, you can still see some very high-end potential for strong, violent tornadoes.
Which also factors into what we do, right, Brandon? And that means essentially, because the potential is more likely for a high-end violent tornado in these conditions, we're less aggressive. So on a maybe more of a marginal day where the ingredients maybe aren't necessarily there for a violent tornado, there might be a situation where we're closer to trying to take a look at that tornado in the core, like we did a couple of days ago near Silver, Texas. This is a different setup, so we're a little more cautious.
And it's nighttime.
And again, that's risk reward.
I know it doesn't look like nighttime out the dash, but when you're in that storm, it's
pitch black.
Nighttime.
Yeah.
Plus, if we're in there, I wouldn't be able to eat sun chips.
No, it'd be 2 hands on the wheel and every muscle in your body tense. We just had that experience, and you said that was probably one of the toughest chases you've had, huh?
Yeah, it was right there with El Reno. El Reno was so difficult because of just so many factors went wrong in a row. That was a technical chase, really technical chase, where I had to just pay attention to every indicator I could just to stay out of the rotation, because there was a big tornado near Silver, Texas, and it kept moving backwards. So it kept trying to come backwards on us.
Deviant motion.
And we were in that thing. You couldn't see anything. It was nothing but hail, big hail, winds. Couldn't see anything. And we did that for an hour. After the initial tornado touchdown, we got the initial touchdown. The only thing we saw for an hour in there was hell on earth, and it was wrapped in baseball-sized hail. We knew the tornado was right there. And then at one point, it produced a satellite stovepipe tornado that emerged from the rain. And other than that, you just mercy of nature.
And so you see, we are heading to the south towards the OKC Metro. We're about to come into Cimarron City.
Speaking of which, I need you to cut us down to 40.
Where do you want to come out at?
That Weatherford storm?
Yeah, do you want to come out at El Reno, or where do you want to come out at?
Yeah, El Reno's great.
Are you sure? get us just to the west of El Reno. It's going to take 61 miles, hour 6.
What's the radar look like when we're turning west?
I think it's going to get us on the path that we're going to get in front of that.
In an hour, that thing's going to be right here.
I know, I'm saying, like, we should just drop this way. Straight south.
Oh,
There's no cutting over, is what I'm saying.
yeah, let me see.
And that kind of gives you an idea of how dark it gets back in there. That's behind us
No,
a little
it's just
bit.
pitch black. It's just pitch black in there.
So the farther you get back into that storm, you're just not seeing anything. So while sun's not setting here for another 20 minutes or so, it's been setting in that storm for a long time.
All right, let's stair step down. Cimarron City.
Yep.
What? Cimarron City, cut over, down, over, down. The Calumet, to El Reno. Never mind, I see where the El Reno is. So let's cut over to Okarche,
Yeah, Okarche, yeah.
and down to Calumet. Is that all right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think we should be able to arrange that.
Yeah, I mean, that's where we need to get 33 miles, essentially. 46 miles. So you're going to cut over at Cimarron City? Yeah, I got you. We could technically cut over here.
Or
But it's slower.
we can cut over to Guthrie and go after these storms developing out in front. That's probably going to be your best. Doesn't be your tornado makers, but man, that area is hard to chase at night.
Yeah, folks in Tulsa need to be paying attention. There's some storms popping up
In fact,
northeast of Oklahoma City.
let's go ahead and jump the turnpike to Tulsa.
Ignore Weatherford. For dark eastern Oklahoma.
Let's decide by the time we get through Cimarron City. By the time we get to 74, I'll look again. Because if those keep deepening out in front,
Yeah.
those are going to be tornadic.
Yeah, I gotcha. So you want to make a 33 then, right?
What's
That's-
that?
You want to make your choice to go like towards Guthrie and then
Yeah,
head up.
by
Gotcha.
the time I get down there,
Yeah, gotcha. We do have a small cooler, but space is an issue where it makes it difficult, and so that's why, I mean, we really just pound down protein shakes. Brandon snacks a little bit more on chips and popcorn. I choose not to because of bathroom concerns. You know that saying, you gotta go? Well, you really can't go. So I don't want to be in that situation. I do go to the gym when I'm not chasing for a week and a half straight, sitting in this passenger seat. I was able to actually go to the hotel gym yesterday for the first time because we had an off day.
I went to Top Golf.
So that was nice. Brandon hit some golf balls last night. But I do work out. I go for long walks. That's kind of my main thing, and I go to the gym, do some weights. I'm not a bodybuilder, but I do work out. Because you get in situations where, like, I got to move some things sometimes out of our way that does require some strength. Do I not? Trees.
Of course. Yeah, trees.
I have.
Snow.
Don't give me your sarcastic little smirk.
Energy drinks. Empty cans.
I mean, again, I'm not like a bodybuilder, but I'm doing pretty good for 42 years old.
I jammed my finger when I tried to poke his arm the other day.
It's true.
He did an Iron Man.
And honestly, that's one of the toughest things for me, is to just be so inactive for so long, sitting in this passenger seat. It's not that like this isn't enjoyable. It's not that it's not enjoyable seeing these storms and experiencing these conditions, etc. But it's kind of miserable for me just kind of sitting here with no opportunity to walk, to stretch, to move, to do anything. And then you get to a hotel and it's 2 a.m. The last thing you're going to do is want to do anything at 2 a.m.
And look, guys, the last 10 days has been a pretty epic stretch. The amount of driving and just being no downtime has been excruciating.
Robert, if you go over to my channel, you can see stories of aftermaths, like the most recent tornado that struck Sulphur, Oklahoma. Brandon on his channel will have compilations of just video, pure video, showing, you know, drone video and on the ground stuff. Mine, you'll actually hear first-hand accounts from survivors, people impacted by these weather events, whether it's the tornado that hit Sulphur, or Maui wildfires, or blizzards, or hurricanes. That's kind of more my thing, and that's where we work really well together. I do the stories. Brandon does the video, gets us in good position.
You can also see his amazing guns.
They don't show up.
They don't show up because of the rain jacket, right?
Exactly. I have too many clothes on. It's hard to selfie yourself. Nobody shoots me. I shoot myself. I don't have a cameraman. I don't have a crew. Like, I do all this, and we still run circles around these people with like teams of producers.
Your selfie arm should be like
my
rock
selfie
hard.
arm is jacked. I take up this whole armrest really because of my arm's so big. Brandon's over here with his little stick figure arms. He's lost a lot of weight recently. They have a saying growing up.
The storm chaser diet.
Exactly. We had a saying growing up. I don't know if you guys had it, Brandon. But you got to be careful about your alligator mouth overloading your parakeet butt. And that's what you got right now, boy. Brandon grew up in Louisiana, so he's got that alligator mouth.
Medulla oblongata.
Shotgun mouth with the BB gun behind. I'm gonna steal that one, Robert. I love it.
I grew up so far south, I understood the football coach on Waterboy.
It's true. When we were in Cuba for Hurricane Ian, I met the Cuban version of the Waterboy Cajun guy who you couldn't understand. It was incomprehensible. Plus, I think he was drunk.
Oh, he was. Cab driver.
Yeah, he was our driver.
He was our designated drunk driver.
Are we coming to Ohio tomorrow? There's a distinct possibility.
There is a distinct possibility.
Especially if what has happened today continues. You're asking, what has happened today? Not much.
Motivation for us to go get more storms. And the storms just aren't getting deeper by Tulsa.
So we've done some international work. We were in France back in November. There's a powerful storm out there, big windstorm, you know, massive storm. Caused some tornadoes actually in the Channel Islands in England. All right, this is really our bet. We're going to...
Yes, we are.
All right, folks, we're off to
I see something.
Tulsa area.
There is a storm
By Cushing.
by Cushing, just south of Cushing. Good eye. You knew where I was going.
Yep.
Trying to show some early signs.
Of that long track.
No, just trying to show some signs of getting organized. And if it gets deeper out in front and stays isolated in this environment, it's going to be a dangerous, dangerous storm. Man, these crosswinds are whipping. Sun just felt good.
Hey, thank you, Mom, for the super chat. She just wants to keep giving up the inheritance.
She just like me giving you crap.
But yeah, there's a possibility we're going to be in Ohio with no sleep tomorrow. It really depends on what happens here, guys. And it's not over.
Well, it doesn't.
Don't let our relaxed attitude right now indicate what's going on. Like there's
Yeah,
still
our relaxed attitude is just tension break between
Yeah.
now and the next storm.
It's been a long day, just kind of waiting, and then on a few tornado warned storms, some severe storms.
And the amount of prep involved just getting ready for today.
So yeah, there's a storm. It's not warned or anything going through Cushing, heading up towards Manford, and then western Tulsa, I guess. If it goes east, it could go right through Tulsa.
It's still a baby. It's just a little shower with a few lightning bolts.
But it's in a condition. It's in the
It's in a favorable environment.
favorable environment. There you go.
And if it can mature, then I'd be very concerned about it.
French tornadoes are shaped like croissant.
Croissant. One of Christine's friend got a French supercell a couple weeks ago.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
So they have crepes instead of pancakes shaped?
Yeah.
Crepe
yeah,
shape?
stacked crepes.
Italy gets some good floods, some good snow. But they don't really get severe.
Sometimes.
One of my favorite places on the planet, though, is Tuscany. My goodness, so beautiful.
We've done big waves in Portugal and Ireland. I've done a big storm in Ireland as well.
We did notice there's a spot in Italy we have an eye on for some big waves.
We have got so I've got pins I drop on my map for certain shots that I want. And when you open up my Google Maps, it looks like you can't see the shape. You can see all the continents are just covered in pins. So it's shaped like the continents, but all you see is pins until you zoom way in.
see that.
If
Yeah,
that thing pops, we
That's-
need to,
I think
that's
that's
what
kind
I was
of a-
saying. We need to just
yeah.
bail towards the south.
Yeah, the Red River. Yeah.
And I'm gonna watch this Cushing storm just a little while longer. It's gonna be almost impossible to catch up to this thing though. But it's trying to already do stupid things. Just as a little shower, it's showing good rotation.
And again, the metros, both Oklahoma City and Tulsa, need to be aware clearly. This night is far from over. And I say that with the utmost sadness in my heart, because I wouldn't mind it to be over. Bathrooms, food, beds. I'm for sure unplugging the alarm clock from now on. If you guys didn't hear earlier,
I usually do.
we had a alarm clock. Somebody set the alarm clock like a savage in our hotel room, and it went off at 5 a.m. this morning. So that was fun. And it took me a little bit of time to get back to sleep because it just jerked me awake.
I usually do, but it was the only USB port.
Yeah, Robert, this is our full-time job. We go for weather. We cover the weather. Severe, snow, hurricanes, which is coming up soon, thankfully. That's my favorite personally. I love hurricanes and I love snow. Even though I don't want to live in snow, I moved away from snow. I do love snow. But it's got to be like worthwhile snow. It can't be like 6 inches. It's got to be, and we're spoiled now. Like if it's less than 2 feet of snow, I'm like, eh. And that's even boring to me now. We've been in Donner Summit in California too often, and up there you can get 5 to 10 to 12 feet of snow. What was the storm this year? Was it 10
11 feet.
11 feet?
11 feet. 11, a little over 11 feet.
In one storm. That was pretty intense. That was awesome.
And 120 plus mile an hour winds.
Yeah, you can, if you go to my channel, Jonathan Petramala, it's in the comments. You'll see a little mini documentary I did on it as it happened on March 1st, and it was awesome. Some really cool footage, blinding snow, cool interviews, helping people get unstuck. Hurricanes are my favorite because I love water, and I live in Florida, so it's that fascinating. It's like people live in Oklahoma love tornadoes. They love severe weather, a lot of them. I love hurricanes because of where I live. Plus, usually I get to go to really nice places with hurricane season. You know, like I'm going to Miami or along the coast and get a nice beach day at least before a hurricane comes. And not, where are we now? Hayes? No, we're in are we in Guthrie?
I don't know.
I think we're in Guthrie. Yeah. Yeah, we are. And by the way, we had an amazing lunch in Guthrie today.
We really did.
I can't remember, Katie's?
Yes.
Really
Katie's
good.
Diner.
So well priced.
Good food.
Great food,
service.
great service. I mean, it's just like, what a gem. What a gem. But yeah, hurricanes, I really enjoy being in a hurricane. You just don't know what's going to happen. You're completely in the moment. Like, there's no moments where you're just like, you know, bored. You're just constantly evaluating and planning and making sure you're safe, making sure you have an escape route. And there's so many different things that hurricanes can throw at you, you know, from storm surge to just, you know, wind in general. And I just really enjoy them. It's the most powerful thing you can really be in. And it's just an incredible experience to be in one of those.
Don't enjoy the impacts.
I mean, no, who does? And
Right.
again, I literally live in an area that could be demolished by hurricane. So it's not like I'm just coming in and seeing it from afar. Like, I live in that threat. But it's, you know, what am I going to do to stop it?
Tell it no.
Say, don't come?
Bad dog.
where I live in St. Petersburg, we haven't had a major hurricane, which is Category 3 and above, which I believe is Category 3, 120. What's the wind rating?
It's 115 or 120.
115, 120. And above is a Cat 3. And we haven't had one of those in 102 years. So there's a lot of construction that has happened, obviously, in the decades since, and a lot of it has not been well thought out, not well built. So as soon as we have one of those, there's going to be a big problem in St. Pete and Tampa. And honestly, Tampa is one of the most susceptible areas to the most expensive disaster in history, really. Because of storm surge, it's very vulnerable. So if a storm does hit at a certain angle, a certain kind of storm, it can really bring a lot of water in and just inundate a lot of valuable real estate and cause big problems. So I speak of my love of hurricanes with still a note of fear and respect, because I know what can happen.
Ken Johnson called it.
Yeah.
He felt pretty good
Careful,
about
careful,
it.
careful,
I see
careful.
it. It's a dumb light system.
Yeah.
Green, no red.
And then we have Miami's very vulnerable to hurricanes, even though they've had quote unquote codes to build to stronger wind loads. I still don't believe that in a place like Miami that has some of the biggest scammers in the world, that there wasn't some really shady construction happening. So they are super vulnerable. Houston, extremely vulnerable. Petrochemical industry does not have the protection, especially if you have a hurricane like Ike could have been coming right up the river there into Houston. That storm surge is going to get right into the petrochemical industry and just create a toxic Chernobyl. So a lot of things at risk. It looks like there's potential for a very busy hurricane season. This week, I believe, is Hurricane Preparedness Week. So I feel comfortable talking hurricanes in the middle of tornado season. And for those of you who don't know, hurricane season begins June 1st through November 30th. Yeah, Miami Beach, it was Surfside, so just north of Miami Beach was where that building just collapsed. And again, Miami is a bunch of shady politicians, and I say that from a journalistic perspective. Inspectors should have caught that Surfside building long before it had a chance to collapse like that. And I just know how this goes. So Miami might think they're good, but they're not good.
They're not good from a water standpoint.
And there's so many people that move into Miami, especially after COVID, when Florida was still open and New York and everybody was shut down, that there's so many people that have no idea, like hurricanes. They're clueless.
There's so many people in Florida that have no idea about hurricanes, because they think they've been hit by major hurricanes when they were 40 miles away from the center and don't realize the difference of 100 miles an hour.
And we just had that experience with Hurricane Ian in Fort Myers. So many people we talked to stayed on Fort Myers Beach because they're like, oh, well, we went through Hurricane Charlie, we went through Hurricane Irma, the water was only here, and then Hurricane Ian brought in 17 feet of surge. So it devastated Fort Myers Beach. And it's all about angles. Miles matter in hurricanes. 1 mile, 2 miles can make a huge difference in terms of impacts from wind, from water. So, I can just say this. I've never talked to a single human who was happy they stayed in hurricane area. Like
in a major hurricane, no.
Yeah, in a major hurricane. And so Robert asked, do we drive around? Yeah, we usually do drive around. We're usually very mobile. But again, it depends on the storm. A storm like Hurricane Michael, which was Cat 5, we rode it out in a parking garage because we're not going to be driving around in that. We did drive in some of the eye wall for Michael. But again, we have a pretty good feel of what storms are doing. For Hurricane Zeta, which was a Category 3, we were in our cars in the middle of a swamp but we were comfortable with that because, again, it's a storm to storm. Everything is so conditional, guys, with what we do, just like we talked about today. Why did we not go into the core of that storm, Brandon? Risk, reward.
Risk, reward.
And the risk is today you have all the ingredients for some very extremely violent tornadoes.
It's all risk, and there's no upside to going in that. There's just no upside. Reed can do it. He's got the Dominator. That's one thing. But to drive in that with a car when it's getting dark and you have the parameters as high as they are today, if you drive in there, your best case scenario is you're going to get hit with 90-mile-an-hour winds and rain and hail and not be able to see anything. And I don't think it's right to take that risk, and that risk of actually something bad happening is significantly higher in that situation. You're not helping the situation at all, and if something happens to you, then resources will be wasted on you, and that's not what this should be about. So that's why I don't do it. Some others do. That's their prerogative. That's their. I don't want to tell anybody what to do. That's their prerogative. I don't look down on them for it. I spent many years chasing in the South and driving into tornado warnings late at night, rain wrapped, in tall trees, and of all the years I've done it, hundreds and hundreds of times, I don't have a single usable frame of video. Only thing I could make was reports from power flashes, which I could have done from 2 miles away, and all the power flashes means is it's windy. It doesn't mean a tornado.
Robert asked if we've ever been stuck or stranded. Hurricane Ian was the closest we've ever been stuck or stranded, and that was because we were in Cuba. We made a choice to take a cab over to a city an hour and a half west of Havana. It's a little town called Pinar del Rio. And the eye of the hurricane went directly over that town, which we didn't anticipate. And
as a Cat 3,
gas is scarce enough in Cuba. You can imagine what it's like afterwards. It was a very challenging day of logistics. We have long stories, and we're going to tell this story in hurricane season. So I'm not gonna give it all away now, but I can tell you this: Hurricane Ian, as it came over as a Cat 3 in Cuba, was about number 5 or 6 on my list of concerns when we were in Cuba. So the storm itself was so far down the list of concerns that
I'm not going to say it was an afterthought, but it was close.
It was pretty close to being an afterthought, just to give you guys an idea of what that challenge was like.
And we almost got stranded in the Bahamas after Dorian.
Oh, yeah.
We got stranded in Delta, but we did that on purpose. Hurricane Delta.
That was the best place ever to be stranded.
Oh, yes.
We were in Supermore Point, Louisiana. Some locals were very kind and offered us shelter in their home, and we took advantage of it.
I've been stranded in snow a couple times.
We got stuck on top of Donner Pass this winter for a few hours in a traffic jam because semis and cars were stuck.
I got stranded in the Buffalo Blizzard for a couple days. But when I get stranded, we're always prepared for it.
I mean, yeah, it's not like oh no. And like for Ian, we couldn't fly into America again because the storm had made that right-hand curve towards Fort Myers. And from Cuba, you can really only fly into Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Tampa, and all those airports were closed. So we ended up having to go, I found us some tickets to go into Mexico, Merida, Mexico. And then from Merida, we flew into Houston, then Panama City, drove down, got Brandon's car
In Tampa.
in my house in St. Pete, drove up to South Carolina that night to get Ian's second landfall in the Carolinas.
Third.
Third? No, third landfall
Cuba?
in the U.S.
Okay. Second, yeah.
Yeah, second in the U.S. There was some storm surge and stuff. It was, but by that point, it was a Cat 1, but it still caused a lot of problems in South Carolina. Some great video. I went along in a high water rescue vehicle, and while some residents in this townhome community being rescued with their dogs and stuff, it was cool. It was a great video. Everybody was like, it was the chillest rescue I've ever been a part of. It was like a neighborhood meeting, just in the back of this high water rescue vehicle. Everybody's stoked.
With dogs.
Yeah. Super sweet. I'm less impressed by that storm. You going up behind that one?
The one coming behind, it's like 2 storms right together.
Yeah.
Stuff in Southwest looks like Cap's eating it.
It's been capped. Yeah, I mean, that one just kind of disappeared. So something that gets forgotten in high risk, you have a high risk of violent tornadoes. You also have a high risk of just nothing, like relatively speaking. Why is that, Brandon?
The atmosphere is that volatile. The models don't really handle it too well, just because you don't see those type of situations a whole lot. And 2, when you get giant supercells, a lot of things can go wrong. And there's so much that goes into a big tornado outbreak. You need, subtle forcing, just the right amount of capping, enough, like subtle amount of lift to fire off the storms, but not too much lift or you get lines of storms. Your instability's got to be in place. Your winds have to be curving just right as you go up in the atmosphere. Your storms need to stay isolated. Your low-level jet needs to, low-level winds need to be rushing into the storm with the moisture early enough in the storm for them to produce tornadoes before they take on a linear presentation. Like the storms behind us, they've lined out. The significant tornado risk in those storms has gone down considerably. Now you can still get spin-up tornadoes. That rear end storm, that last storm that's got unobstructed inflow, it's probably got the most risk. But for the most part, it's a straight line wind risk now. The storms that are more isolated out in front are definitely posing a tornado risk. The storm that we are somewhat closing in on is heading up towards Tulsa, or to the west of Tulsa. It's definitely got some tornado risk. There is a storm to the north of that one that is tornado warned.
You got it. I got about a minute 15 till my next hit. I got to do another hit, guys, so that's where you're going to hear me talking. Hey, guys. We're just kind of heading towards Tulsa. There's some storms kind of ahead of the line right now. We're checking out. Yeah, I think that'd be this Tulsa. Yeah. I'm sorry? Yeah, I mean, they dropped it the other day right before the sulfur tornado, so, I'm sure they're being extra cautious today to make sure they don't drop something too early.
But if they do, they'll blame us.
But yeah, so they blame the chasers for all that, but they're the ones that dropped it. Yeah, yeah. But we're having a little battle.
Even though I literally called out that location and timing on the stream repeatedly for hours.
Cool. The only thing I like about the studio is bathrooms availability. tracked these storms all the way from western Oklahoma when they basically first initiated, and in this high-risk environment. So, you know, all the ingredients were there for some very powerful, violent tornadoes. And fortunately, it has not really turned out that way. There has been several tornado-warned storms, and we were tracking one right by Hennessy and Marshall, Oklahoma, as it's getting towards I-35 north of Oklahoma City. And the tornado that was in there, it was buried in the rains. It was very difficult, and it comes down to one of those risk-reward situations. And you get into that situation, you're going to have to be dealing with really big hail, the fact that you can't see the tornado, and on a day like this, where the potential is so great, the percentages show that, you know, there's the higher likelihood of having such a strong tornado. It's just not worth it. It's not worth putting us at risk, our car at risk. And so we stayed back, and that's how we were able to show you the structure of that storm, that mothership look that is really, really eerie. And it was extremely eerie, as you guys saw, as we went through Hennessy with the sound of the sirens blaring, the tornado sirens, people stepping outside of their homes, looking up as they got their eyes on the storm. You know, people here in Oklahoma and the Great Plains are so savvy with storms. You know, they're so familiar with it, and it's been a while since we've had such a volatile day like this, and people were heightened. You know, they're very aware of it, and so they're definitely getting their eyes on those storms. So when you're tracking storms like this, especially when you get east of I-35, it's a lot more difficult terrain to kind of track storms through. You have more hilly terrain, you have a lot more trees, and so it's a lot more of a conservative type of situation where you kind of wait and see what happens with these storms. We're heading up towards Tulsa because there's a possibility of some of these supercells that have blown up ahead of that line of storms that we were initially on. And so there is a threat. The National Weather Service, SBC, has still indicated the potential for particularly dangerous situation throughout the evening. So the metro area is not just Tulsa, but even Oklahoma City. There are some storms that can still blow up southwest of Oklahoma City that could come into the metro. So even though this has not been a catastrophic day yet, there is the potential. I mean, everything's there. It just takes one thing to kind of get right in the atmosphere, and then watch out. So that's why we're not letting our guard down. We're still in a good position to track storms safely and see what transpires. But more than anything, people just unfortunately can't relax just yet. You can relax tomorrow, just don't relax right now. Thanks, guys.
That storm we're heading towards is it's about to do something dumb, man. I got a bad feeling on that one. I don't know if we'll be able to catch it. Yeah. So it's trying to ingest. It's two storms right there together. If it merges,
I see what you're saying.
it's gonna do something. If it merges before that line hits it, that's man.
Because it'll go all beyond that line, right?
What's that?
It'll go out beyond that
It's
line.
moving north, the line's pushing east, but if it matures, it'll stay up in front of that line. A lot of times that line, as it's moving towards that storm, will just increase the shear because of the inflow going to that line, will increase the shear for that supercell to work with, even though it's not related,
Yeah.
and produce tornadoes. We've been seeing that a lot lately. It happened last week in Oklahoma with
The sulfur tornado.
the sulfur tornado
and the Marietta.
So,
Yeah. So we're just northeast now of Oklahoma City, straight northeast of Guthrie. That's closest. We're coming into Perkins, Oklahoma. We're tracking a storm that is just to the, I guess at this point, straight west of Tulsa, going into Manford. While it doesn't have any sort of warning on it yet, there's a look to it that years of experience that Brandon has, and I can even see it on radar as well, that there's a potential where that could be a really serious situation. Again, all the ingredients are there for these storms to come together and do something stupid, as Brandon says. And so that's why we're coming up behind it. But east of I-35, Brandon, it's tough to track storms.
Yeah, it's really tough. The road network's not great. The terrain's not great. Of course, it's nighttime.
Trees, dark.
But if that stays isolated, I've seen a lot of tornadoes at night, and the lightning will light it up. At least you can pass reports on.
And if you look at radar, storms still are firing up. Southwest, it doesn't look as serious though, because it looks like they're...
Yeah, there's still potential in the southwest, like southwest Oklahoma, for storms to fire and track up.
But they're still bubbling up, like Ardmore, Ada, and going up that way. There's still potential here in eastern Oklahoma too, for sure. So I would not rest if you're in the Oklahoma area.
That main line of storms, I'm not going to say the tornado potential is done, but
flash flooding.
That's not even that. The straight line winds, that would be my biggest concern. You can also get some QLCS type tornadoes. I know SPC likes to say strong QLCS tornadoes, but the reality is QLCS tornadoes are very rarely more than EF1s. Sometimes they're weak EF2s and they're brief.
I know we love our acronyms here, guys. QLCS, Brandon.
Yeah, quasi-linear convective system. So, it's just an embedded tornado.
Yeah, and those typically are not going to get the the isolated supercell kind of tornadoes that you're.
I'm telling you, man, that storm's about to do something dumb. It's going to stay west of Tulsa.
And it's not. There's no warning on it right now, guys.
No, and there's two storms fighting each other right now, like right on top of each other. But I just feel it in my bones that
there's a possibility,
a strong possibility that those could get.
And in the path, it would be Skiatook.
In fact, I would tornado one this right now.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's so Oilton, Manford, Shady Grove, Sand Creek. That is just to the west of Tulsa, and it's going to miss Tulsa just to the northwest. But if you kind of draw a line from Manford,
well, it could change too. But my biggest concern is one is showing that rotation, even though it's slightly displaced versus the reflectivity. It's relatively close to the radar, so you've got a good sign that there's a lot of rotation there. But two, just from the trends we've been seeing over the last couple of years of storms intensifying rapidly at the low levels, the rotation rapidly at low levels, as a squall line approaches them, the isolated storms out in front, for whatever reason, it's really been causing problems lately. So I can't ignore those trends. Gaining ground on it, but not much. So we'll be in the trail position the whole time, probably. I keep saying to do something dumb, and as that line approaches, man, the storms have just been doing dumb stuff.
So I can tell you guys, we're not keeping our eyes far from the radar screen right now. I mean, there's still a lot of potential out there, and that's why we are not stopped.
Plus, quite frankly, I just want to see how far we can drive before Jonathan goes to the bathroom.
Well, I know that we need to stop at 302 miles.
There's always a deadline. I got a couple extra miles of battery, so maybe 304. I just stopped that bug though.
Chaser got hit by a tornado, tossed in a ditch.
Shocked. Hope he's okay, but not surprised. Who was it?
I don't know. It'll come out though. Was it Marcus?
No.
I'm kidding.
Sure, I can find out. First, I hope they're okay. Second,
They're reporting they are okay.
okay, good. Second, I hope they, hopefully they learned a lesson. You probably never saw the tornado.
No. I don't think it has. I mean, really, has there been any visual evidence of said tornado?
I don't think so. Well, I think there was some one brief right when it touched down, like a multi-vortex. But we know it's in there. Some brief visual evidence doesn't really do a whole lot of good. Not when you have a big CC drop on radar. Like, oh my God, it's down.
Yep. Don't brag, Christine. She said she was in the bathroom.
Uh-oh.
It's tightening up.
Is it Tarleton? Oklahoma?
What storm are we talking about?
Tarleton? I can't.
Sorry. Tarleton?
Storm's behaving very oddly.
CC, yeah, you know me.
They just went tornado warning on it. So the storm I've been talking about, they just went tornado warning on.
It's like you know what you're talking about, Brandon.
I saw that as a shower.
At what point can people start letting their guards down? Is that this evening? Like tomorrow morning?
I mean, it could be a while. I'm pretty sure it's down, dude. Oh, blew out. One frame, bam. It may have been down. Some evidence to CC. It was brief. That storm's still organizing though. That big old hook it's got on it. It's got to finish adjusting this end. Alright, we're in Cushing. Alright, dude, go ahead. Go, go, go,
Go, go, go, go, go, go, go, go.
Direct.
No,
O'Hare.
already. Yep, yep.
How long is that layover?
50 minutes.
What about direct to already? What about Fort Wayne? So here's the catch-22. The fastest way is for me to turn left right here. But if I go all the way to the turnpike, what time is that?
7 arrival.
Yeah.
5:40, 7:14 arrival.
AM?
Yeah.
Is there a later one?
Like a later departure.
Yeah.
Shockingly, not really. I mean, what time are you looking for here? What's your ideal?
I'm just thinking here. Check a rental from O'Hare. Problem is where I want to go. Check Dayton.
Where's this? That was actually pretty nice.
What's that? Yeah, that's great.
There is nothing in a Dayton.
Okay.
lost a lot of deer. Thankfully. Brandon's done a really good job at keeping his eye ahead. He has good lights on this car, so he can usually avoid most of that interaction with Bambi.
You need to hush. Do not mention
Thankfully, knock knock. Somebody did in the chat. Not me. I didn't do it, I promise. Alright, so we are still tracking that tornado warned storm that we've been talking about long before it was tornado warned. It's up by Cleveland, Oklahoma, Sand Creek, northwest of Tulsa. We're kind of falling behind it now because it's pretty damn good.
I'm telling you, as soon as that merger's done. Pretty sure the tops were only at 32,000 feet when I started going towards it.
Yeah. So M finger's on the south side.
Of what? I see. I can't see.
Lighting.
Come on, here. Put the stacks. Finger. That low-level mezzo is about to hook up as one storm right
Hello?
here.
Yeah. I got you. I got you. Yep. Hello. All right.
Stop right up here. Put my drone up.
Okay. Yep, gotcha.
Put my drone up as in my drone in my case, not in here.
still tracking storms. Still a very busy atmosphere here in Oklahoma, especially when you look just to the east of I-35, and that's kind of where our main concern is. There was a tornado-warned storm northwest of Tulsa, and that's what we're kind of trailing behind right now. Especially east of I-35, the terrain is not good, not conducive to seeing anything. You have a lot of trees, and the road network also is not great either. So again, it's a conservative, more of kind of a conservative play, and that's what we're doing right now. And seeing what transpires, but this is not a time where people should let their guards down. Unfortunately, it's going to impact people's sleep, but you have to be aware. You have to pay attention to what's coming, what's around you, what's popping up. Make sure you have that weather radio cranked up and that trusted source of weather you're listening to, like Weather Nation right now, and be aware, because you don't know what might pop up behind these storms or in front of these storms, that line of storms that's making its way across Oklahoma, and that's why it's a high-risk day. There's a high risk of not only very powerful and violent tornadoes, and there's a high risk of it, as it, some people might call it a bust, but that's just the reality of what we're in. We've been ahead of the storms, and so we haven't been buried back in the rotation of the storms or the main precipitation because of that hail threat. We stayed well ahead of those storms because we didn't want to have to threaten our windshields or our car as we punched through those hail shields. So we stayed well in front of the storms, so we didn't get into any of that flash flooding that you're seeing in some of these storms. But definitely the potential's there. I mean, they're really strong storms. Fortunately, though, they just have not, so far at least, transformed into that long track violent tornado threat that we saw maybe back like in 2011, for instance, that a lot of people were kind of comparing today to. Thanks, guys.
That storm is it's so close to doing something really, really bad. It's so close. Guys, if you're in, was it Barnstable? Barnsdall, Levant, those areas to the northwest. If you're east of Hominy, that is a nasty looking signature right now. That is probably a big tornado. And it's probably visible too.
Well, with every flash of lightning.
Yeah, it's down. You got a big CC drop now. So you got damage being produced from the tornado right now. The storm that we've been going after for an hour now that's running away from us, that you're seeing a lot of lightning from, it is most definitely producing a tornado right now. North of Sand Creek, north of Westport, it just came through a sage.
So Barnstall, Avant, Ochelada, in the path of this, what appears to be a dangerous tornado.
As opposed to a safe one.
Some are safer than others.
Yeah, this one, I'm telling you, man, this one's got stupid written all over it.
And you've been talking about this storm for an hour long before it turned into this.
Dude, I was talking about this storm when we left, when I put the drone down, like 10 minutes after that. It was just like a baby shower at the time. I could just tell. I could tell the way it was rotating early on. Just a little rotation broad, but storm.
Yeah.
I was like, all right, this thing can get.
And again, that's why we left. We left Marshall and we started heading to the east because we wanted to catch up with this storm.
I don't think we're going to be able to catch it.
Well, we might have to follow up with whatever it caused.
Right. I thought, oh man, that's a nasty signature. Look at that.
Yikes. Guys, this is bad looking. And it's, again, nighttime.
This is northwest of the Tulsa Metro. Luckily, it's out, looks like a pretty rural area. This one's going to go for a minute, I think. It cycled a few times and got really close earlier. But it's concerning. I think that's a really rural area. I'm hoping.
Sometimes it's like a hurricane. It just takes one to make it a bad year. This could make it a bad day. And it appears to be heading, what, northeast? Northeast? But if I was in Barnsdall, Avant, or Avant, I'd be careful. Ochelada, even further ahead, looking up at Bartlesville, Dewey. Is anybody up there?
No. There's one person in Hominy, but not anywhere within range of it.
So this storm just left Osage. It's going northeast. It's northwest of Tulsa.
It's nasty.
And it is, whew, it looks horrible on radar. Just really, really strong. I don't know if anybody has eyes on it. Is there any reports right now?
No reports, nobody in the area as far as chasers go. I can't speak about spotters.
And again, it's a storm can move over the land, ground at whatever direction it wants, at whatever speed it wants.
It's observed.
We have to go crisscross up. The road network here in eastern Oklahoma is not ideal.
It's radar confirmed, never mind.
Radar confirmed?
Yeah. I mean, it's obvious on radar.
Yeah.
It's really obvious. You got debris signature, you got really, really, really intense couplet, you're even getting like a little debris ball shape on it. It's probably just from, hopefully just from trees.
But if you just look northwest of Tulsa, that's where this storm is. It's right ahead of the main line of storms. And and we are trailing behind it clearly. We're heading towards Manford and then up towards Sand
we're
Creek.
20 miles behind it.
But it's leaving
going.
us.
We've been gaining on it slowly, but it gets to go in a straight line. We don't. Sorry that took so long to stop. I could not find my drone case. The drone shield.
Yeah. It's alright. I was able to do my interview.
What happened here? I can't see what I'm doing now.
Sorry. I'm just trying to
Sorry, I know. Let's see, we want to help do this right here. Figure out why that loosened up. Like about to fall off.
That little wheel got loose, I think. But I don't know how to tighten it.
Here, watch out.
I got it. Ta-da!
There we go. Thank you, sir.
Fixed.
Now, if I turn north, which is the fastest way to get there, I run a good chance of getting overrun by these storms.
And if we get overrun by those storms, like,
It'll slow me down considerably. No, God, I wasn't flashing you. The skunk was right in front of me and I want to hit it.
looks like it's cycling. Nope.
No, it's not cycling.
It's still going.
I doubt that thing ever stops. Alright, this is our only chance. Try and get right here and beat the line of the highway back to the east.
Alright, they have a considerable threat box on it. First one of the day. I don't think they even did that storm by Hennessy. That. So once again, Barnsdall, Avant, Ochelada.
Dirty tornado.
Very.
Actually, I bet it's visible too. We got 10 miles to get in front of this thing. And it's going to be a race. I bet the outflow hits us before the rain does it. And that's the only thing that's going to stop that storm is that other line when it crashes into it.
I wouldn't say the mic is getting quieter. I would say we're getting more tired, and Brandon mumbles more when he's tired. We're coming up behind this considerable tornado. We're in Jennings, Oklahoma, heading up towards Hallett, Cleveland.
As a crow flies, we're like 20 miles away.
But the road network's not ideal over here in eastern Oklahoma.
And right now we're in a race to get ahead of the squall line when we turn east so we can stay on this thing. It's going to be quite the challenge.
And Brandon's been talking about this storm for 2 hours. I mean, well, not an hour and a half.
Hour and a half.
Finally went tornado warned, and then it's just the most impressive storm of the day. Right after sunset, of course. And right in the worst terrain to try and track in Oklahoma.
Fortunately,
it's in a rural area.
It's very rural for now. But that if you're in Barnsdall, that is a nasty signature heading your way.
I'm gonna look up Barnsdall on a map or on a
population.
So it's a fairly big town, population 1,034 as of the 2020 census. Initially named Big Heart after Osage Chief James Big Heart back in 1905. Refineries, I think, are up there. Clark Gable spent some time as a young man there. There's an oil well in the middle of Main Street in Barnsdall.
It's 4 scans in a row. It'd be right over 70 knots, Chris Jackson said.
So
it's not happy.
This is the kind of long track tornado people are talking about?
Yep. Has that potential. I'd say it's already halfway on its way. There's that outflow boundary. Feel it?
Yep. You guys can probably hear that outflow boundary. It's that wind slamming into the car.
And this is from the line of storms. It spit out outflow out in front, so these are winds, and the storms are right behind it.
What will the outflow do to this tornado, Brandon?
When it hits it, undercut it, cut it off, but it's a long way from happening. It's confirmed down by how many PD as well.
So that lightning you're seeing, guys, is from that tornado storm.
Well, no, it's on the right. It's from that storm. From the left, it's from the squall line. We're
Yeah.
about to get pinched. That says a long way off from doing it. It's going to do it in the next probably 20-30 minutes.
The line.
Most likely, but this thing's starting to accelerate out in front. It can stay out in front for a while.
It looks like a QLCS tornado is wanting to spin up too. Right there by Pawhuska.
I need help.
Yeah, what do you want?
Navigate me to Barnsdall without taking me through these storms.
Oh, that's all you need?
That's it. That's your job.
All right. Well, here's the problem.
I know.
Rivers. Rivers and more rivers.
in
So
storms.
you're just gonna have to go through Cleveland, man. That's
Yeah.
gonna be the best bet.
So
Like, that's it. That's
how
all you
far
have.
up?
How far up to get
11
there?
miles, so we're just gonna go.
It's 41 miles to get up to Barnstall,
Is it
but to get to Cleveland, you're looking about 20.
11 miles?
I mean, we're just getting to like Osage, right around where that tornado
Yeah,
started.
that's the thing. I could have gone east there, but if I gone east, I would have had to cut back because of the Keystone Lake.
Yeah. I mean, you're just gonna have to cut through Cleveland. That's just the way it is.
Alright, we're about to get blasted. We're probably gonna have some trees down after this. They're gonna block our way.
And that's again why you have to be super careful in this terrain, guys. There's trees, lack of roads, terrain.
Flooding.
That looked like water.
No.
2.1 miles, take a right. So this is happening in the Osage Reservation. How's that new windshield look in the rain? Pretty good, huh? Pretty good. Half a mile, take a right.
Right, yeah.
Yes, sir, towards Cleveland.
Hopefully I can poke back out in front. How far out in front does this thing get of me?
We're not going to be out front in it. Like, we're going to get caught in this bow of the line of storms. drop back down to Barkway, go east, come back up around. I mean, it's just, we're going to be in it, you know?
As long as I stay on the front edge, I'll be alright.
I don't think you're going to, though, because you see how it's like bowing up ahead of us right here?
I can't look.
I'm sorry. It's bowing up ahead of us.
Yeah. Something right up the road just got smoked. Barnesdale. Big.
I think it's just frozen. No, we're still up.
Alright, we're coming into Cleveland now. And then in Hominy, I'm just gonna.
I'm sorry?
Once I go from Cleveland to Hominy, I'm just gonna get eaten. Right?
Yeah. Like, we're gonna take it to get up there.
Oh yeah.
I'll be honest with you, it actually might outrace us to there.
Yeah.
We might not be that bad.
Barnesdale, I mean, it's about to just go right through the middle of it.
Yeah.
This sucks. One tornado is gonna hit town. Like one real tornado.
After dark.
After dark.
And there's more towns in the way.
Yeah.
I mean, if this keeps going, it'll go right through Coffeyville, Kansas.
Oh.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Flash flood.
What?
Tornado warning. Oh, maybe flash flood. Alright, dude, sitting there with your bright lights on. Alright, which way?
We're gonna go left at 99 North, South Broadway Street in half a mile.
Half mile. Which will take 8 minutes at the speed this guy's going.
I'm sorry?
Which will take 8 minutes at the speed this guy's going.
Yeah.
20 and a 35. Like, if you can't go 35 in the rain, then you shouldn't be driving. Alright. Sorry, taking my frustration out on this guy. Oh. Man, it's right over town now and it's doing dirty, dirty things.
What's the
I'm pretty sure Chase got
what's
nailed
the
by it.
CC look like?
Blowout in front.
Well, guys. Unfortunately, it looks like another town got hit here in Oklahoma this evening. Barnsdall, Oklahoma, here in the Osage Reservation.
And if you're in Bartlesville, or in between Bartlesville and Barnsdall, the storm still means business. I'm hoping it gets undercut by this front any minute now. But until it does, it's gonna stay down. Take a left here.
Yep.
Turn lane. Buick Regal? I didn't know they still made those. Breed just went over 26,000 feet.
Alright, we're going to be driving into an ugly situation here, it looks like, in Barnsdall. We're going to be about 35 minutes away or so. It's kind of depending on this rain.
And guys, that storm south of I-40 that I was concerned about popping just popped. It's going to be moving towards the Oklahoma City Metro over the next few hours. And it's going to have bad intentions at some point.
This one?
Yes. So once again, the threat didn't materialize during the day, but after dark, it looks like we're going to have a couple of significant tornadoes happen.
Alright, so mark that at 9:44 p.m. Brandon's talking about this storm just crossing the Red River right now. Oklahoma City Metro needs to be aware of that storm. This storm...
It's a long way away.
It is, but after we just talked about this tornado that looks like it's destroying Barnsdall 2 hours before it happened, I think that you have a pretty good track record.
It's just something to keep an eye on. Definitely keep an eye on it.
Alright, so that tornado is now interacting with this line.
Which can do some stupid things for a few minutes.
It's too late for Barnsdall, it appears. But we'll find out shortly.
It can interact with that line for 15-20 minutes, so it's definitely still nasty. And then the storm that I'm talking about that could come towards the metro,
Oklahoma City Metro,
is down by Hobart, which is north of Blair. Going to track towards Binger, Gracemont, Union City, Minco, Oklahoma City Metro. If it continues to mature and doesn't become part of this line or doesn't get overtaken by outflow, then I would expect it to turn right and unfortunately head towards the Tuttle Moore area. But that's still a ways off.
How many hours would that be? A couple?
Hour and a half, maybe. It's still early in that storm's life.
So we're trying to cross the Arkansas River.
It's moving east at 60, so it's not going to take that long. That would be an hour until it's in the Oklahoma City Metro, so it is safe to talk about this storm. It is not severe warned. It is not tornado warned. It is just going up. But it is in an environment conducive to produce a tornado rapidly, particularly if it stays isolated all by itself. If storms blow up from there all the way to the current line, then the concern would be much less.
If this storm that unfortunately looks like it just went right through Barnsdall hadn't have appeared an hour and a half ago, that storm that's south is the one we would have been heading to.
Yeah, I kept talking about going to southwest Oklahoma for storm formation.
The Red River?
Yeah.
That's it. So that's why we haven't been giving up on this, guys. We continue to tell folks, and you guys, especially here in the chat on WXChasing YouTube, that hey, this is might have seemed like a bust during the day, but it's far from being over. And guess what? Just like last week, night fell, tornado hits the town. And we're gonna have eyes on it here soon.
That Reagan's being in front of us?
You might be.
See how Colorado plate?
It's just a text.
From who?
Brian. Building collapsed.
Oh, how he got up there. He had to fly.
We have a dot you can look at ahead of us.
What's that? Oh, you gotta watch out for some tornado damage coming up 99 if possible or something. Alright, how far?
We have 26 miles, 15 miles to take a right to head up northeast to that town. The Barnstall.
Teddy just bailed early to go to Ohio. More than likely.
Wasn't he in the bear's cage?
Yeah. But if we'd have gone straight out, we could have taken the turnpike.
What's that?
Would have gone straight out, taken the turnpike,
Yeah.
made it up quicker.
Well, plus when you go 100 miles an hour.
Well, no, it's we dropped south 15 miles, and then in that process, think about going to Southwest Oklahoma.
Yeah.
In that process, we had to come back over. Couldn't take the turnpike, so.
So obviously
roads.
flash flooding's happening, guys.
No, it's just ponding from the
Well.
semi tracks. See, but
A lot of rain.
the deeper you get in there, the harder it is. fluid into the lining and undercut, but right now it looks like it's got 2 tornadoes on it. Both heading up towards Bartlesville.
All right, so what he's saying is the storm, even though the line of storms has caught up to this tornado supercell, and they've merged a little bit.
It's got 2 areas of rotation merging into one right now. It may or may not be down. It's intense rotation, but it's just a really weird shape on radar. It's interacting with the squall line. It's going to eventually kill it, but until it does, it can do some really weird things.
So that's why Bartlesville.
It's going to be a very close call for you guys.
Pay attention.
I would take all precautions. Yeah, you're going to have to go super hard with it.
Trying. Thanks, Anne-Marie.
Should get some crazy lightning here in a minute.
All right, so we got to keep going straight through here.
Looks like there used to be power here. Be looking for damage because it came. It
Yeah.
looked like it came through just right of us.
I'm looking.
There's also some flooding here.
So I think back there maybe it just wasn't a.
I mean, all these are pretty pitch black.
Maybe some backup power's back on, but yeah, it's a pretty dark city right now. So or town.
How many PD reported tornadoes were here? But I think it was just to the
I think it was just to the
just
east.
to the east, yeah.
I'm not seeing damage, at least on this highway we're on, 99.
It was just developing and just east of town.
Yeah. Baseball field still standing.
Well, that's right where I said it looks like it's trying to bound out. It looks like it did something and scanned later, it blew out.
Yeah.
And then 2 scans later, it was fully engaged.
And right on cue, lightning's putting on a show. Also, if you're just tuning in, you're in Oklahoma City Metro, you really need to be aware there's some storms blowing up southwest and appear to be heading that way. There's a good environment still, and there's a possibility of more tornadoes. So we are close to Bartlesville. That's where we're headed.
Barnsdall. Bartlesville.
Yeah.
You've still got this storm bearing down on you. It looks extremely dangerous still. Can't confirm whether or not it's down. I'm not seeing debris. It's far enough away from the radar, but it really doesn't mean a whole lot. I would take every precaution possible. OKC Metro, the storms that are forming are still in very early formation. So don't be scared, but be aware.
I wouldn't go to bed.
Especially if you're on the southern side of the OKC Metro.
Or if you do, go to bed in your shelter.
Again, Bartlesville, there's two very strong areas of rotation, one of which looks like it is on the ground doing damage right now. It's significant too.
Yeah.
I got it. Just scan again. South side of Bartlesville.
Southwest.
Southeast side. Just hit. Looks like it was just hit. I can't be positive because it's a big area of what looks like debris. It could also be a radar hole. It's just far enough away from the radar. But it sure looks like it. And I can't do a full analysis. I can just glance.
Alright, we got 5 miles till we turn right on 2350.
Hello? Yes. Hey Mary, good, how are you? Okay. Yeah, we're north of Hominy, about 12 miles from Barnesdall.
Yeah.
Yes. All right, thank you. Hello. I got you. Yeah, so earlier we were on the tornado warning storm that moved through central Oklahoma, and when we pulled off of it, there was a little shower at the time to the east of I-35 that kind of concerned me. It was out in the middle of nowhere by itself, isolated, and began heading towards it. Unfortunately, we never were able to catch it, but it became a tornadic supercell. Unfortunately, produced a tornado going through Barnesdall. It looked pretty nasty on radar. We're about 12 miles from Barnesdall right now. Also looks like it moved up into Kansas, also produced a tornado there as well. Looks like it could be a long track tornado. It's interacting with the line now. I don't have eyes on it. I'm just behind it. Unfortunately, it's confirming some of our worst fears for the day, and has made impact with at least a couple towns now. Yeah, about 10-12 minutes. Yeah, it's been nonstop. Particularly, this is the line of thunderstorms, the ones that produced the tornado briefly earlier in central Oklahoma, and the line has moved through. So it's pushed over the top of us now. The storm that was a little bit more isolated out in front is off to our east. It is now interacting with this line, but yeah, it's produced a tremendous amount of lightning. No, it's been pretty clear so far. There was some, we've gone through a couple towns. We went through Hominy. It looked like the power was out. I know Hominy PD reported a tornado. It didn't say where. It looked like it went just east of town though. So it looks like they're having some power outage problems. There were some minor flash flooding too as we came through. Really though, that storm planted a considerable tornado just after moving through Hominy, and that's more the area we're concerned about.
If we go this way underneath,
we're gonna run damage.
That's my point.
So what do
we could go back up to 99, like where we were, and then come back up the top.
Or we just run straight to Barnesdall.
Well, we are. Bartlesville?
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
We'll be alright. We're coming this way. Oh no, we should have gone straight to Pershing, cut down.
Yeah, we can do that. But
no, this is
the fastest way.
No, this is fine. This is fine. Look, it came in this way, like this.
Okay. I just wanted to.
Yeah.
Before we went too far.
Yeah, I got you. Oh.
That's something you just got to think about,
Yeah. Will you hydrate me, sir?
Yes. Do you want protein?
Yeah, vanilla this time.
Okay.
This will be my last protein shake today. Thank you, sir.
We've got your caffeine one. We got one of chocolate for me later.
Caffeine one's tomorrow, man.
I know.
That's my morning shot.
That's what I'm saying.
Here on out, it's water. Thank you.
Yep. There's a lot of bills.
Weren't we in Bartlesville last week?
No.
Right north of it?
We were in Coffeyville. We drove past Coffeyville, like just to the north of Coffeyville.
Oh yeah, we cut into Missouri, right along the border.
Yeah. No, we were.
Fort something.
We were at. Fort Scott.
Fort Scott. It looks like that line has finally wiped that storm out.
Thank goodness.
I think.
Hopefully.
I'm not seeing any more debris on radar. Doesn't mean it's not down still. So now the threat's going to turn to southwest Oklahoma.
All right, guys, we're about 8 miles from Barnsdall, Oklahoma. It appeared to have a direct hit from a very powerful tornado. Debris signatures on radar, what was it, 26,000 feet?
26,000 feet.
That's a pretty significant loft of debris. So that's
Typically
where
that aligns with a moderate EF3, but it's not always accurate. We've seen it do really crazy stuff in high shear environments where the tornado will hit damage, it'll be a weak tornado, and then it'll get caught in an updraft, which is very strong, and make it appear as though it's a stronger tornado. I'm guessing that is not the case with this. This is a really tight couplet.
So a tight couplet, it looked like a very, very, very bad tornado. Unfortunately, the one tornado really that produced today, it hit right for a town. It's long from over though, unfortunately, even though the tornado appears to have been consumed by the line of storms that finally came across the state. Southwest Oklahoma is still producing storms that are heading for the metro, OKC metro area that people need to be aware of. There's no warnings on them yet, but I would take Brandon's analysis to heart.
I don't know how.
Why are we in a tornado warning here?
Because we're just getting inside the broadcast range of that box, and it never came to our phones. So it still pings to it,
Gotcha.
even though there's no tornado warnings. It's a known defect.
All right, 5 miles from Barnsdall. It has hit Bartlesville, from what it looked like on radar. Did you see debris signature in Bartlesville?
Yes, bad one.
Okay. So,
But it was away from the radar, so when you're away from the radar, it's scanning higher up in the sky. So a small tornado can kick up debris, and that debris, as it goes up into the meso column, it can start to spread out and look a lot bigger than it is. I don't think it was a huge tornado, but it could have been very strong.
So we are likely and expecting damage here in Barnsdall in the next few minutes, guys. I don't know how you want to handle that, Brandon.
If it gets into search and rescue situation, I'm gonna kill the stream. If it's bad.
And clearly we're going into, to help out whatever we can, but also I'm going to be doing reporting. I mean, this is what I do for a living. So I'm a journalist. I'm going to document and report on what happened here and get you guys information. Yeah, somebody said in the chat they're talking to somebody in Bartlesville, and it did hit.
Yeah.
So we're gonna make this stop first, and then we're gonna go from there, guys.
Yeah, and I'm cautious when I say towns got hit because I'm running very basic radar I can glance at. I'm not doing full analysis here. Barnsdall I had no doubt about. Bartlesville is pretty darn sure about.
Just in case.
Yeah, did you see that?
No. At a glance, there's a barn.
No, it was some type of machinery. Like conveyor belt machinery. So it had a weird shape.
Gotcha.
It looked like sheet metal pulled up.
Okay.
I was like,
southeast, I think, is where it was hit.
Yeah.
Hardest. Central and southeast.
Unfortunately, Barnsdall got hit a couple weeks ago too. It wasn't nearly as bad though. It's just a few structures.
Okay. All right, so we are just getting into Barnsdall. Here in a mile or so. Looks like there's a police officer.
Also looking for damage.
Hello. Yeah, we'll try because I'm just getting into Barnsdall right now, where it appears a tornado hit, and so when we get there, we need to try to gather information. Perfect. All right. Hey guys, yeah, and again, we're just getting into Barnsdall, so if you know, it's not going to be a long. I can't do a long take, if anything. It's just I got to get going. And if we get in and it's chaotic, I'm gonna have to say goodbye. Okay, yeah, let me get into town here, guys, and once I'm done, I can text Brian and let you guys know that I'll be ready to do something, because then I'll know exactly what we're getting ourselves into. But we're just on the outskirts of Barnsdall right now. Sound good, guys? All right, I'll let you know. Thank you. Third and Chestnut.
Sure, I'll take it right here.
Just give me a second here.
I got an emergency vehicle behind me, so I can't take
Go
it.
ahead. So I need you to, so we're again southwest. We gotta go straight into town, to the east side of town.
Okay.
All right, it's a tree down. All right, you need to turn around.
Okay.
Just FYI. And there's a tree down anyway, so there's no choice. I'm gonna shoot this tree just in case. Okay?
Huh.
All right, so guys, we're in Barnsdall. Go ahead and
What about me?
go one more. Take a right on West Chestnut Avenue, which is this next street. Right here. Take a right. All right, yeah. Clearly. Fine. Is there a river in town or something?
No.
Because there's no streets that connect except for up at Main Street. Yeah, I don't think. Let's try this way. All right, so we're seeing trees down,
Basketball goal down.
but I haven't seen structure damage. but we're not in the part of town that has really been struck. So.
I think they're trying to figure out how to get from one spot to the
All right,
next.
so go left, dude.
All right.
Well, yeah, I guess you could try if we can. I don't know what's cutting off. Oh, probably railroad tracks. That's what it is. All right, there's some damage there. Trampoline power pull down into the side of a trailer.
Got water running down.
Some flash flooding going on.
There's no other way to get around, is there?
You have to go up to, like, behind us.
What do you want me to do, guy?
To give you an idea, this is the area.
Yeah.
Clearly. All right, so we are in Barnsdall. A lot of emergency personnel here, sheriff, fire, ambulances. Coming in from the southwest side of the city, we've only seen tree damage. We have seen a power line down, a pole into a house. Clearly, the southeast side of the city looks like it has been the most impacted by this, but we have not been able to go to that part of the city yet.
I think you're right.
That's typically where we need to go, yeah. All right, so everybody's in the middle of search and rescue right now.
Look out the way. There's so many lights I can't see. All right, look to your right.
All right, so this is the street.
Right here.
Yeah. Go hiking.
Yeah. Go hiking. Ask them if I can assist the lights in any way.
Okay. Let me get
And I'm gonna pull up here, put my lights back this way to help them that way.
let me get my jacket on. Careful your light to the right, dude. You're blind.
Yeah. Sorry. Thank you.
Yep. All right, guys. I'm gonna go out, see if we can help. Sorry, I gotta get a light.
You're good.
I'm good. Wait for this car and then I'll get out.
What's that?
I gotta wait for this car and then I gotta go.
it's definitely bad through here. I'm good. Yeah. Yes! they're still very much in search and rescue. A lot of structures were hit, some completely destroyed. I don't know all the details, just talking to one of the police officers here. They do want to use my lights to try and get in here, but they got to get the roads clean enough first to where cars can get in. Hello? Hey, Mary. I can. Okay. And this is out my driver's window. Hello. Okay. Okay.
Storm chaser or what?
Yes, sir.
Okay, who you with?
Hold on 1 second. You there? Okay. Do you guys need lights? I talked to him. He told me he's gonna need my lights once they clear the streets, but I don't know.
Like the bright white lights?
Like the lights all the way around.
Anything will probably work. What crew are you with?
Work for Weather Nation.
Weather Nation?
Yeah.
Okay. Right now we're just trying to get all the looky-loos out so
Yeah.
we can start our search and rescue. So
Yeah.
if you got lights, I'm sure we're gonna need
Yeah,
them.
that's what I figured. I normally do. So.
All right. Just trying to think.
Yeah, I mean, let me know what to do. He told me to wait until he gets the streets cleared, and I pull in behind him.
All right, that'll work.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I hate it when they ask me who I'm with. Like, does it matter? Is it gonna make my lights brighter? Okay. Okay. Yeah, every now and then when the lightning strikes, you can. Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, I had it on mute. Yeah, so when the lightning strikes, you can kind of see the damage off in the distance, and it is a significant path of damage through town here. First responders are still trying to get in. They're still trying to clear some of the debris just to get vehicles back there. Right now, they're looking for lights and people just to clean debris, just to get the streets cleaned up, to kind of give them reference points where they are, and to be able to get house to house quickly. I know they've already started some places. Other places they have not hit yet. This happened last 30 minutes or so, so it's all happening quite quickly. But it's definitely some significant damage that came through town. How significant, I just can't tell yet. Yeah, power's out to the town. There were some trees and lights down. This like EF0 type damage. Unfortunately, as it came through the town and hit structures, that's not the case. It's definitely going to be know just how bad it is yet. The damage goes quite a ways back. All the roads are still blocked by debris, significant debris. So I've seen all types of first responders, but just because there's an ambulance here doesn't mean there are injuries or anything like that. I'm sure they're still evaluating the situation as well. I talked to a police officer here. They said that they could really use the lighting I have on my car. So they said once they clear some roads, ask if I could come in and help do that. So I'll do that for a while until I feel like I'm in the way, and at that point, I'm going to get out of here. All right, thank you. All right, guys, you're in Oklahoma City Metro. You need to be paying close attention to the storms in southwest Oklahoma that are moving your way, or now south central Oklahoma. They are moving up towards, one is moving up towards the Oklahoma City to south side of Oklahoma City Metro. Two more behind it, still early stages of development. Is now a severe warning storm. can. I got you. Yeah, if I can. I can hear you. Yeah, so earlier this afternoon there was a tornado warning storm that produced a tornado in central Oklahoma. I was on that storm. As I was leaving that, I noticed some small showers starting to pop up east of I-35. Started heading that direction, knowing that environment was really conducive for tornadoes, particularly if anything stayed isolated. Unfortunately, that shower became a thunderstorm. That thunderstorm became a supercell, and when it got to Barstow, Oklahoma, it produced a significant tornado as it came through. The track came right through town. I can tell a lot of structures are damaged. I can't tell just how bad yet. Search and rescue is just ongoing. We are about to pull back in and assist with some of the search and rescue using our lighting. I can tell there's a light deficiency here now because there's no power, of course, and hopefully. Hopefully everybody's okay. It's a rough looking damage path. I can't tell just how bad it is yet, but I'll know more over the next coming hours. I've heard of some. I was watching on radar as it came up. We were not far behind the storm, and as we got into town, the radar signature for debris just before it got into Bartlesville was pretty significant, but it was away from the radar, so you never really can tell just how much that debris is being spread out inside the wall cloud above the tornado. So it looked really wide on the debris signature, but as far as what I can tell happened on the ground, I just don't know.